Okay, it is 3 o'clock. We're going to get started with the study session. I don't know, Mr. Scragg, do you have anything or you want to do the introductions?
Sure. I'll try to do a couple of introductory things and then we'll get started. Commissioner Hodges is dialed in and observing the presentation remotely for COVID reasons, and Commissioner Franz is not in attendance, nor is he dialed in. He will be dialing in at 4 o'clock for the regular meeting. He shared that he worked outdoors and has allergy symptoms, but doesn't want to cause any concern about whether those might relate to COVID. So he's, out of an abundance of caution, going to dial in as well. So the study session presentation topic today is the Global Aeronautics Initiative at K-State Polytechnic. As a little bit of recap, commissioners may recall that we had some conversation, I don't even know how long ago at this point.
Over a year ago.
Over a year ago about possible development of the K-State campus and the pursuit of a Global Aeronautics Initiative program. And President Myers from the main campus came and presented to you at one point about the university's commitment to this initiative. There was a recognition then that the university really wanted to take a hard look at what the options might be and develop a strategic plan going forward. So Dr. Alicia Starkey is here with us today from K-State Polytechnic to give us an update on kind of the outcome of that effort. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Starkey.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I was thinking on the way here, it's been a little bit over a year ago. I think it was in September of last year that we came and gave the presentation and the update for the Global Aviation Initiative. And so then our campus, as was the world, we call it the Great Disruption of 2020, kind of took over, and we had to pause that conversation a little bit. But since this summer, we've been working really hard as a campus, taking a closer look at that Global Aviation Initiative in the context of what it means for our campus, what it means for Salina, and what it means for K-State. And we're pretty excited here to share with you the continuing conversation we've had around that context for our campus and where we are right now. This would not have been possible without the partnership of our community partners, the investment by the city, as well as the County Economic Development Corporation, the Airport Authority, and K-State, really giving us an opportunity to sit down and look at our history of our campus and what it's meant to Salina, but then also delve a little bit more into the future of what our campus is now that we've got 4 institutions of higher learning in Salina. How do we differentiate ourselves? And then how do we kind of came through this evolution of where we first served as kind of everything to all people as a 2-year college and a 4-year colleges in Salina. And as other colleges have come on board, how do we start differentiating ourselves, as well as taking this Global Aviation Initiative and really leveraging it not only for what it could do for our college, but also what it can do for Salina. And so that conversation has continued about how do we make Salina, not just our college, a hub of global aviation. And that's what's driven these conversations to date. So picking up where we left off about a year ago, this was the call to action from the Global Aviation Initiative report. And you can see through those, K-State leadership, as Mike had said, they have taken this by the reins and said, okay, this is something K-State wants to accomplish. We have a commitment to the Global Aviation Initiative and to the campus in Salina, Kansas. That was something that we've been eager to hear from K-State for about 20 years. They're so committed to it, they've made aviation one of the 4 strategic initiatives that the campus or that the university will tackle over the next 10 years. And that's a pretty big statement from the university to say this campus is so important to our university system. Salina, as a co-host of one of our campuses, is so important to our university. We're going to invest a lot of leadership and a lot of attention on the field of aviation. That was exciting. We needed to hire an innovative leader. We did do that. We brought Lindsay Jarling on board. She has a lot of great experience at the state and the federal level to help us leverage this Global Aviation Initiative as best as we can. And then where we're at right now is really focusing on those 2 bottom bullets. The additional resources that we need to fulfill this initiative, as well as the vision for the Polytechnic campus within K-State ecosystem. So in our conversations, we've kind of come to realize that in order for us to realize this global success and to grow our global prominence in the field of aviation, we really need to merge our institutional vision and our institutional mission with the Global Aviation Initiative. As a campus of 600, maybe we want to double that in size. We're too small to have two competing missions and visions, that we really need to combine these and put all of our effort into this Global Aviation Initiative and just really lean hard into what does it mean to serve the aviation industry. So this was the vision from the Global Aviation Initiative, and we're just going to stick and adopt that vision for our entire campus. Our campus in general will be a global leader in aviation innovation and talent development. No distinction between this initiative and our campus. This right now, we are living this vision, and this is what we will continue to live for the future. With that being said, we will focus on these areas. Our areas of strength for the campus will be in manned aviation. That's probably a given if you think about our history on campus and what we do. Unmanned systems. Last time we were here, we talked about manned aviation as well as unmanned aircraft systems. We're broadening that a bit to focus on the entirety of unmanned systems. As you look at the transportation industry, it's not just unmanned aircraft systems that we expect are going to take off through this technology that impacts aviation. You're looking at ground transportation as well as underwater transportation, robotics, automation. That's all huge in unmanned systems and what's going to drive the future of our technology industries. As well as advanced manufacturing. That's key not only for our campus, and we have critical strengths within our faculty in that area, but it's key for Salina. And we realize in this that we have to find those pillars that not only support the aviation industry, but cross over and help to support the community as well too. And if you look at our technology industries here in Salina, you have Schwann's, which is huge right now. We're developing an apprenticeship program with them for our students and to help serve their workforce needs, as well as CASA, Vortex, Coperion. Those are all huge manufacturing agencies that we want to continue to serve for the region. Those three pillars of strengths that we have identified with will always be based on the foundation with critical attention being paid to safety, innovation, entrepreneurship, and diversity. We've seen a lot of, particularly in the areas of unmanned systems, a lot of spin-off companies from our students who graduate and go on to create companies, many of who are still located right here in Salina. And so that's an area that we need to focus and develop for our students as well as for our community partners here in Salina. So as I mentioned before, if you take a good long look at our history from 1965 when we started as Schilling Air Force Base, we really feel this new vision for campus coalescing with the Global Aviation Initiative not only honors the past of where our campus has been and that winding road of development we've had, but it also serves the present. And Kansas State University is a land-grant institution. And as a land-grant institution, we have the responsibility to serve the state of Kansas. And so these are the four critical industries within the state of Kansas, and this vision aligns well to four of those key industries: aerospace, logistics, automation, and I can't see that last one to know what it was. Oh, and is it environmental?
I can't see it either.
I know, I was like, and part of this vision does talk about the renewable energies and reusing of materials in the aviation industry, so we're not creating additional waste for the industry as we move forward. But four of those 7 key areas are identified within this vision, so it allows us to continue to serve the state of Kansas, as well as continue to serve our key partners here in Salina. And then it also helps us to design our future. We've had the same degree program since 1965 for the majority of the time that we've been here. We haven't veered too far from those initial programs when we stopped serving as Schilling Air Force Base, those programs that we inherited. And it's time for us to kind of take a hard look and say, okay, what do our partners, not only in the region as well as in the state, but globally, need for us to be able to achieve this vision? So we intend to do that through a 3-pronged approach, a framework to accomplishing this vision. Innovation in education, changing the way we think about education. We know as we come out of this pandemic, people are going to want to consume education differently. They live differently. They're going to want to go about their lives a little bit differently than what they did before. We have to make sure that we're reaching people where they are and that we're innovating in everything that we do. Influential research as well as talent development. Those are the three key areas that we'll focus on moving forward to realize this vision. And I'm not going to go into each one of these because you have this in front of you, but I'll just touch on a few of those key areas that I think are important. I talk a little bit about looking at our diversity of the portfolio of the degrees that we offer. And so this is a pretty critical one to look at in the context of what does this mean for the community of Salina. So as we diversify and align our curriculum to serve the aviation industry, in many people's minds, you think about aviation as an airplane, and you think about manned aviation. And that's probably about 10% of the industry. 90% of the industry is business and engineering. And so the majority of our effort is going to be probably in the areas of business and engineering as we look to diversify our curriculum. 10% is learning how to fly a plane and learning how to fix it. The innovation pieces and the connections to our industries here in Salina are in the other 90%. And so you can see through there, right now we have degree programs in engineering technology, which are still relevant, but we're going to create some niche areas within each of those in the areas of sensors and controls. Robotics is a huge one. That's what we're working on with Schwann's right now, is that a robotics apprenticeship. We have a new degree coming out in machine-based learning. How does artificial intelligence play into everything that we do right now? That's a critical concept in aviation, but it's also huge in all of the other components that we serve. Big data management, technical communications, how do you communicate between the ground and the sky in a lot of different areas? We haven't really touched on that before. And cybersecurity, that's another area. How do you keep that data secure when it's in the sky? So these are the main areas where you'll see some expansion in our offerings and where we anticipate growing our campus in the future. And then I talk about a little bit about the innovations that we'll experience on the educational side, just making sure that we've got stackable strategic partnerships, that we're leveraging those to expand our national footprint. As many you may know, we've been in conversations for quite some time with General Atomics. And so we're visiting with them as well as Textron and getting great support from our community members to bring the Kansas Simulation Center as an example of that partnership with General Atomics that the Airport Authority as well as the County Economic Development Group is interested in helping us with. It's an example of how we want to leverage those strategic partnerships to benefit Salina, not just the university. And then real-life experiential learning. I talked about how we want to bring apprenticeships to our local partners here in the community. So Schwann's right now, with their major expansion, they know that they need to hire individuals with a different skill set than what they have right now. And so we're working with the state as well as Schwann's on a couple of different grants to bring them apprenticeships in which our students will learn while they're on their field. It's different than internships, which you typically do outside of the curriculum. These will be embedded into the curriculum, and most of the learning will happen on the job. So we're looking to expand those into other areas. This will be a key central component of our high school academy that we're starting next year. So our goal with the high schools is that we can train students while they're in high school for these high-skilled tech jobs that our community needs right now. They'll work for those community partners while they're in high school, and they'll graduate high school with an associate's degree, not just a technical certificate, but an associate's degree. They can either go on to the 4-year program, or if they want to enter directly into the workforce, they'll be skilled and educated, also embedded into a culture of one of our industry partners here in Salina that they can walk right in and be productive from day one. So that's one of the examples of what we're doing with this new vision here. And then the other component is, we all know, because we've learned this as a life lesson, but students do not know this. This generation of students, which is used to getting a ribbon or a trophy for participation, is really, really scared of failure. And how do you get people comfortable with the fact that some of the greatest human achievements come through failure and trying again and not giving up after that first initial component? And so that's one of the things that we're intentionally integrating into our experiences. Not when they're learning to fly a plane. We don't want it there. But through some of these other components of general education and in the technical components, how do we help them fail in a way that lets them get comfortable with that? Through research, this main component is that we want to define the industry problems. A lot of universities and research, they're being reactive to something that's happened. We want to be out there in front of the problems. This is where unmanned systems is currently really kind of expanding their sphere of influence and how they help actually create the national standards for as unmanned aircraft systems get integrated into the national airspace. We don't want to wait for those standards to come about and then we learn to implement them. We want to be researching these for the FAA and helping them determine what are the national standards. And we've got three or four different faculty members right now who are helping to write those. We also have somebody sitting on the standards. Everybody remembers the Boeing 837 certification issue and how they took the Boeing Maxes out of the airspace. We have a faculty member right now who's sitting on the federal board writing those standards, and so we'll have a new master's degree in aircraft certification. We'll be the first in the nation to have that when it comes out in fall of 2021. That's our sphere of influence that we want. We want to be at the table at the federal level, helping to design these different standards for the FAA. And then I talk about reducing the environmental impact and how that fits to Kansas needs. There's a lot of metal that comes out of airplanes. A lot of used materials that just go to die in a landfill. There's a lot of usable materials there if we can just learn to think about how we re-implement some of that material into other elements of life. And so this will be a major research focus for us, is how do we repair, reuse, and recycle industry materials so we're not just contributing to the overall footprint of the nation and waste in those particular areas. And talent development is really just about nurturing passions throughout the entire lifespan, taking individuals from the time they first develop an interest in aviation or technology, helping them leverage that interest, seeing what they can do with it as a future career, but then after retirement as well too, helping people continue to live their passions so they have something to do with their passions after they retire and can still remain active. So that's kind of where our vision sets, and this is where we get into what do we need and what are the gaps in the resources to help us realize that vision. This is where some of the reality sets in a little bit. The first thing and our first priority as a campus is to identify and build a new academic facility. In 2013, we underwent the process of a campus master plan that built out the campus, and I'll show you a picture in a minute here of what that build out will look like if we can realize this vision. But the number one thing that we know that we need, we're dealing with infrastructure that was built in the 40s, that was built by the military for a distinct cause, and it is inefficient. And we really feel like with one new academic building, we can centralize our academic and research focuses here. And take our campus footprint down from 19 buildings down to 5. So our first goal is to get a new academic facility that we can co-locate everything that we do on campus in. We've built this off of the College of Business in Manhattan and kind of the expectations of what that could look like. And that houses up to 4,000 students in one building. So we know that we've got plenty of growth space if we can realize this vision. We're also running out of housing for our students. We did have to rent out the old St. John's campus this year in order to house our students because we outgrew our campus. And so that would allow us to repurpose one of our existing buildings to apartments, so we wouldn't have to build new apartments either. And then we're also outgrowing our flight operation space. Currently, we are about 30 students over capacity for what you should be for a flight operational program. That's only expected to grow. And so we quickly need to identify resources and facilities so we don't have to pull back a little bit on that throttle. So we can continue to grow, but we need to make sure, remember that foundation is safety. We need to make sure we're doing that all in a safe environment before we grow. So we're estimating this new facility would be about $50 million to erect. I'm not sure if this group heard about the hangar refresh project either through the Airport Authority or through K-State at some point, but those hangars that are leading up to the museum and the sculpture, all of us, I think, would like to see something done with those hangars after the investment the city and the Airport Authority put in. And so this is on our list as a major focus for us as well, too, is to refresh those hangars. redevelop those into research and corporately space. So as the airport authority and the city and the county are having conversations with bringing employers to the community, we've got a place that we can co-locate those communities directly on the airport. They would have access to the ramp. They could also help work with our faculty to do co-research and other elements to help develop that area as well. When we looked at that before, that cost was about $15 million to refresh that hangar. And then with growth in our campus comes the need for students to have places where they can go. And right now, I have just assigned my last office space on campus. I have no more office space for anybody else to come without getting creative in how we work. And so we had, when we developed the Student Life Center 10 years ago, I think it was 2011 when we had that opening, we had a phase 2 plan for that, and it's critical that we move to that phase 2 location so students have the areas that they need to gather and do co-curricular development outside of the classroom. We anticipate that's about a $5 million expansion based upon 2011 numbers, so I don't know what that would look like now. And then we just have other resource needs within our programs. If we want to be globally prominent, we know that we have to invest in robotics and automation. We have to invest in manned aviation, our fleet. That's our paralyzing element right now, is we have no more airplanes to bring any more students on than what we have this year. It's a recruitment deterrent for us right now. We have to be able to expand our fleet and then integrate the advanced manufacturing technology as Schwant is updating their technology and their smart technologies. Make sure that we've got the technologies to be able to serve not only our aviation partners, but our partners in Salina as well. So this is in your packet, and I'll let you read it, but here's that picture of what our campus development could look like if we put all of our energies and efforts in here. That main road kind of there offset on the left, that's Magnolia. So currently you have to kind of dogleg to the right to get to our main entrance over there, but this would be, the main entrance would be straight off of Magnolia with the academic component of campus straight in front of that, and then the student life and the housing component over to the right. So this is where we kind of see some of that development happening as we continue to grow out campus. What I presented to you was about an $82 million investment, which is a pretty big determinant. So we're getting ready to do a feasibility study to see, is this even possible? Our alumni, our donors, they come from, most of them come from a 2-year institution. And so their capability and their giving prospects aren't necessarily at that level that we would need to see for this. And so we do anticipate that this will be a multi-tiered funding approach, hopefully seeking some federal dollars, seeking some partnerships maybe with the city as well as the county and other elements to try to leverage some ways in which we can make this a reality. So I think this is probably the first kind of episode of this plan revision that you guys may hear about as we move forward. Because there's critical components not only on the hangar refresh, but on the new entry to campus and the other elements that the city will need to be involved in approvals and other partnerships elements as we move forward. So any questions I can answer?
For development this large, is most of the fundraising on the shoulders of the Salina campus, or do you get, how much of this is a global case state initiative as opposed to, well, we'll help you, but it's really your project?
They are, I would say it's probably about a 50-50. They'll provide the support and the effort where they can and what they need to. Within the university, we have to identify people who have a passion for aviation, and those can come from many different areas. But those I think the individuals that are connected to the university are going to be pretty small. And so that's where I think the bulk of this really lies on the Salina community and the individuals that we can identify within the Salina who want to help with something of this magnitude, as well as through partnerships at the state and the federal level. The foundation is definitely willing and able to help where they can. I just think our prospects are pretty limited through K-State.
would you say there's a priority between the different parts of this plan? Have you presented them to us kind of in the order that of their significance, the academic facility before the hangar, or with the recruitment of the staffing and the scholarships, the seated chairs, would those be more important than the actual facility?
Yeah, it's hard to put it in the chicken and the egg context, because if you want to grow campus to have the revenue that supports some of the other development efforts, you need to, focus some of that energy and effort on the staff development and the recruitment side and the other elements. On the other hand, we know that in today's environment, facilities matter to students. And from a recruitment perspective, in order to gather that students, we know that we have to, the number one reason students did not come to us and chose to go to another institution is because of the state of our facilities. Our interior of our buildings are really nice. You got to get into that interior to begin with. And then the land around us, if you've driven by our campus, it's just far too vast to be able to water and maintain, and even to try to get it over to buffalo grass or another low, maintenance type of environment for us. It's a intensive, you got to have a lot of money in order to do that. And so it's one of those things where we know we need to address this, and it's critical for the recruitment side, but as we're continuing to grow, we also need to address this other side and make those elements. So I think it's more just about identifying the areas that people do want to contribute to and help, and kind of taking them all in tandem. The hangar refresh project, I think, could be funded through a different mechanism than some of the other components. That is something that the University of Manhattan has a lot of different corporations that are co-located next to their building in other areas, which has helped them. I think that can be accomplished through a different funding mechanism of finding some corporate partners who want to be co-located here. So that takes some of that pressure off of that hangar initiative, to where we can focus on some of these other ones within the community and within our donor base. But it's really, that's kind of our priority list, but it's really, really hard to separate them, because we're doing this in the midst of a growth pattern, which is really good, but we quickly need to up our resources if we're going to continue that growth pattern.
What's the current enrollment on the Salina campus?
This year it's 672. We've intentionally kept our enrollment small out of that need to be able to make sure, number one, we've got the resources that we need, and number two, that we can provide a safe environment for the training that we do now. With this focus on shifting some of that to non-unmanned areas, we can grow quickly in those areas. We've got capacity in a lot of the different parts of the programs in campus that we have to grow as much as we want to in the other areas. The manned aviation is just where we're starting to have to look at, do we need to only accept 80 students a year, or can we grow quickly? The hard part about manned aviation, if you ordered a plane today, it would take about 1.5 years, 2 years to receive it. And so we're at that point where we're growing too quickly, but we could get quickly into a really difficult situation if we don't manage that growth appropriately.
Dr. Starkey, you may not know the numbers off your head, but I recall that you were very successful in recruitment the prior cycle. You might share that success with the commission, as well as kind of the progress made on simulators recently.
Yeah, so our last year, our freshman class grew by about 30%, which is part of the reason why we're in the issue that we're in right now, because most of them came in professional pilot. This year, our freshman class grew by 12%, which we were incredibly happy with, because most universities, community colleges, universities saw a decline. Manhattan declined about 8% this last year in their freshman class. And so we're excited with that growth that we're seeing. Part of that is, too, a donation by a local community member helping us build out a simulation center for our flight program, which will add one full training device, just like you're in the cockpit, so students can practice as if they are on an airline jet and get prepared for their career after that. And then 2 kind of panel flight training devices, which help students realize and just kind of get familiar with what a jet aircraft looks like and what it's like to fly one of those as they go out into their career. And so that simulation center, that was pushed back a little bit due to the inability to get steel and stuff during the COVID transition, but that is set to be completed by December 15th. And then the simulators will be here by the time that we start the spring semester for students to be able to use there.
Is the housing uprooted with repurposing of the St. John's military campus? So what are you doing with the students now?
Well, they are still there, and they have indicated that they do have plans for that location, but they've indicated that if we need to stay there for 1 or 2 more years, 2 at the most, we can continue to do that until we figure out something else with the housing issues. And we've had several discussions with the chamber, as well as the county economic development, as well as Candace Wesleyan and KU and Salina Tech as well too. We're all kind of gathering, trying to figure out what our housing needs are for all the institutions in Salina, so we can collectively build in a smart and strategic way, as opposed to each of us going after it on our own.
So do you just have a shuttle from there to the campus? Or
All of the students had a car, but yes, we're prepared to do that if we need to. It's a pretty exciting time to be on campus despite everything else.
I assume you've had some conversations with the corporate side of that have interest in the programming you have. And do you have any comments you can make about their willingness to shoulder part of the expense that you've got in the projects?
Yeah, so it depends on the corporate partner. This will be the first time that our campus has really gone after partners who really need to give a significant amount of money. And so that's where this feasibility study comes in to see, do we have current relationships with industry partners who are capable of giving at this context level? And if not, where do we need to develop the relationships? And so we feel like at this point, there's probably 4 or 5 different corporations that we have partnerships with that are capable of giving in a significant way. 1 or 2 million towards this effort would be significant for us. And so we feel like there's some, but we also feel like there's a lot of work that we need to do in order to develop some of those relationship to partners.
Got any kind of a timeline on where those conversations will start to show you some vision of where, how that's all going to work out?
Yeah, we think that we'll have that kind of plan done by February is our intent, is to have that done to see what the capability is of the current partners, and then develop a plan for how we want to engage with partners afterwards as well.
You mentioned that this is just for me, kind of, that a number of spin-offs have happened. Some of the students have started their own business. Do you have any kind of inventory of that? I'd be really fascinated to see what some of the students have done.
Yeah, we have 3 that are here in Salina, and they're all in the unmanned aircraft systems area. So there's 3 in that area, and then we've got, I think we've got 2 others who kind of have developed national companies that one has been bought out now by somebody else, and another one who is working, I think, in Virginia as an entrepreneur. And it's just a new area that I think, as these new technologies continue to develop, we'll see more of that interest from our students, and we want to be able to prepare them for a way to be successful if they've got that interest.
I believe there's probably a little bit of lag time for Commissioner Hodges, but I don't know if she, number 1, is picking this up, and number 2, whether she has any questions or comments.
Actually, I think that if you guys can hear me okay, yes. The speakerphone is working great, and I just wanted to thank Alicia for the update, and I think that you guys have covered all of the questions and the comments that I had, and I just think it's really exciting to see the partnerships between our local industries and this emerging technology and all of its different facets. So I just wanted to thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Yeah, and likewise, it's an exciting time, obviously. A lot of work ahead, but a lot of potential for not only K-State, but also for the city of Salina, so.
Okay. As a bit of a recap, Dr. Starkey touched on it, but I think this conversation started with the hangar refresh there on Beechcraft Road, and understandably there was a conversation about needing to flesh that vision out further, and I think we've come a long way since then. That's a lot of detail that you received today, and it looks like they have a pretty strong vision going forward.
I think that vision's grown too,
Definitely.
obviously, so.
Yeah, Yeah, well, much of it through your investment in that study, and so we greatly appreciate that. We wouldn't be where we are right now without that investment.
Could you tell me a little more about the high school program? Is that going to be in conjunction with all the major school districts, just locally, or is it offered state,
So-
or the students would have to be physically able to come onto campus?
We're going to start it where it's locally, and the USD 305 board just approved that this last week at their board meeting. And so we plan to start a high school academy is what we're calling it. We're calling it the K-State Polycats, Center for Advanced Technology Studies. And so students will have to be, we're not going to reduce our rigor any, so students will have to apply and go through an interview and then be selected for this program. We'll teach general educations as well as we have 5 different associate degrees right now in aviation maintenance, business, applied business, unmanned aircraft systems, mechanical engineering technology, electronic engineering technology, and then we also have one in web development, computer systems and web development, and then we have a certificate in advanced manufacturing. And so students can enroll in one of those degree programs. They'll spend half of their time at the high school, the other half at our campus taking those courses, hopefully for 2 years during the last 2 years of high school, and then graduate with an associate's degree at the end of that time period. After this first year, after we get it settled, we do plan to expand that out to the rest of the state. We'll start at the state level through some virtual learning opportunities because they don't really have a lot of ability to take anything in the aviation industry throughout the state unless you're connected to a campus like ours. So we intend for it to be both. And we have looked at some property across the street from our campus and some other locations here in town that we can eventually kind of separate those a little bit and have a dedicated center, dedicated location for the high school students to come to. But again, we need to do some development work around that to be able to make that happen.
And would the intention be that several of these would then remain on campus to complete their bachelor's?
That would be the hope, is that, at least 50% would stay on and continue their efforts. The others, could go on to a university of their choice, but we've made that pathway a little easier. We've also reduced the total cost for the students because our tuition rate, right now, it's $372 for a traditional undergraduate student per credit hour. At the high school rate, it would be $99 a credit hour. So they can get this to make it affordable, they could build their career, make it accessible to them to go on for another institution as well too. Or like I said, we could reduce their total cost of an associate's degree if they do it well in high school and go on to their career immediately as well.
So they'd be eligible for scholarships just like any other college student?
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's a great program. My daughter's participated in that. It makes me wonder, though, is that also extended to like El Saline and southeast of Saline? And, we've got a lot of smaller
Yeah.
towns and school districts all around us.
Yeah, we'll focus on the Salina community first. USD, the 305 and the Sacred Heart will be our first focus, and then by year 2, we'll start expanding that to others as well too. Because they bring a bus in for Salina Tech for students to go there and other elements, so we can partner on that availability too.
And I guess any parent would be asking, these students would still live at home, though. Okay. I guess I should make that a question, but.
There's probably some liability issues of bringing
Right.
students onto campus, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and appreciate you
pleasure.
being here, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the update.
With that, we'll be back in here at 4 o'clock.
Thank you. I'm disconnecting now. Thanks, Mayor Hoppin.
We'll call you back. Thanks. Okay, it is 4 o'clock. I will call the November 16th Salina City Commission meeting to order. I would first ask staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we will have roll call.
Mayor Hoppick,
Here?
Commissioner Davis,
Here?
Commissioner Franz,
Here.
Commissioner Hodges,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Okay, thank you. With that, with those who are able, please stand for Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. Okay, before we get started with awards and proclamations, in case you want to know, you may have heard we have Commissioner Franz and Commissioner Hodges calling in today, so they will be participating by phone. So with that, we will move to awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, the day of November 28, 2020, as Small Business Saturday in the city of Salina. Cassie Straight, owner, Stick It with Straight Vinyl Graphics and Sandblasting, will read the proclamation.
Hello,
Hello?
how are you?
You might pull the microphone down a little bit there. There
you saying I'm
perfect.
short?
There you go. It was just tall. You're not short.
Good job. All right. So just let me start reading for you?
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
Small Business Saturday. Whereas the government of Salina, Kansas celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. According to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 30.7 million small businesses in the United States. They represent 99.7% of all firms with paid employees in the United States, are responsible for 64.9% of net new jobs created from 2000 to 2018, and whereas small business employ 47.3% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, 62% of U.S. small businesses reported that they need to see consumer spending return to pre-COVID levels by the end of 2020 in order to stay in business. 65% of U.S. small business owners said it would be most helpful to their business to have their regulars return and start making purchases again. And 3/4 of U.S. consumers are currently looking for ways to shop small and support their community. And whereas 96% of consumers who shop on Small Business Saturday agree that shopping at small, independently owned businesses supports their commitment to making purchases that have a positive social, economic, and environmental impact. And 97% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday agree that small businesses are essential to their community. And whereas 95% of consumers who shopped on Small Business Saturday reported the day makes them want to shop or eat at small, independently owned businesses all year long, not just during the holiday season. And whereas Salina, Kansas supports our local businesses that create jobs, boosts our local economy, and preserves our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, I, Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor of Salina, Kansas, do hereby proclaim November 28th as Small Business Saturday and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small business and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Besides the Small Business Saturday, are there any other events planned to help the local merchants?
Our our Festival of Lights and our parade, as you know, was transformed into a holiday or Christmas cruise where we'll be giving back to the community for donations for the food bank. So that's the largest event. Plus, we do have an open house scheduled for the weekend and of December 5th for Salina downtown as well.
Great. I would urge all of Salina to shop locally more. If I always do that, but this year it's more important than ever with COVID. And I ask that when they do it in a safe manner, make sure they wear their masks and social distance, but it can still be done and help support the local merchants. So I do have a proclamation here for you and appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Okay, that will bring us to Citizens Forum. This is an opportunity for individuals who wish to address the commission about something that is not on the agenda. We ask that you please come forward, give your name and where you're from, and please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. So, is there anyone that would like to address the commission?
Good afternoon, Commission. Dalton, Salina. I just had couple things actually. The Parks and Rec, or the parks, preferably the parks, are they going to have enough in their budget next year where they don't have this big of a problem trying to keep up and they can hire at least 3 or 4 part-time staff, which would help quite a bit? If we still are on the track with the COVID and all the financial losses that the area has had due to COVID and due to government restrictions and everything else. My other concern is when it comes to with the budget cutting, I haven't seen a plan. There might be a plan out there. I might not be prevalent to that information. What is the city's plan if we get a massive snowstorm with the hours that the streets department have? Are they going to allow overtime at that point? Or how are they going to manage that? That is all I have.
Okay. Thank you. And those items have been addressed, and I know the city staff is aware of the snow removal issue. So, okay. Anyone else?
Deborah Corrales, Salina, Kansas. Last week I submitted 2 articles to the commission. The first was an article on insurance companies and some of the dogs they won't cover. Now, keep in mind, insurance companies create their own list of dangerous dog breeds. On that list, all are legal in Salina except for 3, the Staffy, the Pit Bull, and the Wolf Hybrid. The second was a new impact report on BSL in Denver by the Denver University. There are a lot of passionate opinions around BSL, says GSSW's Kevin Morris, American Humane Endowed Chair and Research Associate Professor. There's also a lot of misinformation and assumptions. Using data, the Denver Animal Protection, the agency that enforces BSL, found that the city spent more than $100 million enforcing the ban with little measurable impact on public safety. Morris notes that while bites from pit bull type dogs have gone down in the Prohibition's 30 years, so have dog bites overall. Morris says the most stunning finding depicts unequal enforcement of the ban. BSL enforcement has taken place primarily in communities of color. DU Research Associate and Project Manager Sloan Hayes says BSL not only affects Denver, but also its neighbors. It's referred to as the bad neighbor effect. Denver has killed over 4,000 innocent dogs in its 30-year history and transferred out thousands more to neighboring communities. Salina needs to repeal BSL and stop being the bad neighbor. If the city really believes that pit bull type dogs are dangerous to our community, why are they sending them to others? It seems hypocritical to me. If you believe, like I do, that the breed ban needs to go in Salina, Kansas, join us on Salinas Against BSL on Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, if not, we will move to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of November 9th, 2020.
Mayor, I move we approve the minutes of November 9th, 2020.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda item 6.1. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. So, okay, that leads us into administration.
Item 7.1, COVID-19 update discussion with Saline County.
Okay, Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. At your Monday meeting last week, November 9th, you, as part of other business, had a conversation about wanting to see if we could have a conversation with a representative of the Health Department or the county regarding the status of COVID-19 in the community. In particular, the things that you identified were an update from the county health officer on how they perceive our status given the recent trends on cases, what proactive plan is there moving forward if those trends don't modify on their own, and how are they, being the health department of the county, planning to address the continued increase in cases. And so I've had an ongoing dialogue with Phil Smith-Haynes, the county administrator, ever since the outset of this back in March, and reached out to him. Jason Tiller, the county health director, wasn't available, but Mr. Smith-Haynes graciously agreed to come in his place and try to have a conversation or provide you with an update. As part of the staff report that I provided to you, I did attach a number of articles that tried to give a little bit of a cross-section or an overview of what might be going on in other communities or conversations that are taking place and actions that are being taken in other communities. And I would note that, you know, as I think we all well know at this point, there's not authority at the state level for the governor to issue mandates. It is at a county level. So just because one county is doing one thing doesn't mean that's necessarily exactly applicable to our circumstance. But I was trying to give you some general overview of kind of how the conversation's going in the region. With respect to a fiscal note, there's no direct fiscal expense associated with this item. And at the time that I prepared the staff report and we distributed it last Thursday, I noted this was just an update for to be had and a conversation to be had. I think some things have transpired since then. I get a sense from some of you as elected officials, the conversations moved a little bit from where do we stand to what needs to be done or what could be done. And so I felt a little bit of an obligation looking at some of the things that took place since the time that the staff report went out to provide you some options. And you know, some of the things that transpired since the staff report were the press release that was issued at the end of the week, and the county does a great job of providing regular updates by way of press release in terms of positive cases and deaths. And the most recent report was 190 positive cases and 1 additional death since Monday, November 9th, and that was issued Friday of last week. And then Rob Freelove, the Senior Vice President and Chief Medical Officer for Salina Regional Health Center, published or released a video on Facebook where he provided an overview of kind of where things stand with the hospital. And I don't know if you had a chance to observe that, but was hoping to be able to show that to you just to give you an opportunity to see what his comments were and what he had to say about capacity at the hospital. And then we'll play that, and then I'll pick up where I left off here.
Hello, this is Rob Freelove, Senior Vice President and Chief Medical Officer at Salina Regional Health Center. Just wanted to give a brief update about the COVID situation. I know it's been a while since we've done one of these, but here we are. We find ourselves back in the thick of it. We've seen a significant surge here in a number of cases, both locally and across the state, and really across the Midwest. We're seeing more patients who are symptomatic and requiring testing, and of those tested, we're seeing significant increases in those that are coming back positives. Along with that, we're seeing an increase in hospitalizations. As I've said before, it's kind of a numbers game, and the more people you have with it, the more likely you are to have people who get sick, real sick. Our numbers of hospitalizations have actually gone up. From October, we averaged around 8 a day. But here in just the last 10 days, we're averaging twice that. We're averaging right at 16 inpatients per day with COVID, with about half of those in our ICU. That's not unique. Hospitals across the state are experiencing increasing volumes as well. With that, I kind of want to talk a little bit about hospital capacity. I know we've received some inquiries, and so has the health department, about where we're at and daily updates and things like that. I guess first I want everybody to understand that capacity is actually a very complicated and constantly changing thing. There are a lot of factors that play into that. There's just how many beds do you have, but probably more importantly right now especially is, do you have enough staff to take care of patients when you put them in those beds? We have been running, to be honest, at or near capacity for a little while now. That's not uncommon for us in the winter or kind of colder months, especially in the ICU, it's not all COVID. We actually, of the number of beds that we have dedicated to the care of COVID patients, we probably only have about half of those full, even with the increase in hospitalizations. But, other things happen. People have heart attacks and need heart surgery. People break bones. They get sick in other ways. They have strokes, things like that. And we're still here taking care of those patients. As other hospitals are feeling the strain of that and COVID, we're a regional referral center, especially for the smaller hospitals around us. And as they're strained, they're pushing patients towards us, and we want to help them. So it's not uncommon for us, especially like I said, in the winter months, to run at or near capacity. In particular in the ICU, that is one place where we do have a limited number of beds. Having said that, as I said, we're running kind of at or near capacity most of the time. And I say it that way because it really literally changes from hour to hour. We might start the day and have several beds available with staff, and then 4 hours later we fill them. And then 4 hours after that, we've discharged some other people in another place, and now we have some room again. We are constantly looking at that. We're constantly making adjustments, trying to make sure that we can take care of as many people as we possibly can. We've put in a few initiatives in regards to our staffing, the way we're doing that, to try and make sure we do have staff for beds. And one of those things that we've actually done just starting yesterday was we asked our surgeons to postpone non-urgent or non-emergent elective surgeries that would require an overnight stay. The goal there is hopefully we can put off those services for just a little while and then free up those beds and more importantly that staff to help take care of our other sick patients, in particular the COVID patients, as those numbers go up. So how can you help? That's the main thing, right? Well, there are a few things. You remember way back in March, April, May, when we were kind of preparing for what's happening now, we talked about pursuing care at the right level. So if you are sick, first of all, don't go out in public. Stay home, stay away from work if you're sick. Call your primary care physician. Everybody has the ability to do telemed visits, and they can kind of work with you through that to determine what your symptoms are and whether or not you need to be tested. If you don't have a primary care and you don't feel that sick, don't go to the emergency room. Go to one of the urgent care centers in town. Try not to go to that emergency room unless you truly are really sick or have an emergency. We really don't want to overwhelm our emergency room and emergency room providers on care that can be provided either in the office or in an urgent care setting. Of course, wear your mask like I was at the start. I'll put it right back on here in a minute. Wash your hands, keep your hands clean, be fastidious about that, and maintain social distance. That's important. The other thing I'd say now, especially as Thanksgiving is approaching, approaching is please try to avoid large indoor gatherings. That is a place where spread happens. And with as much as we're seeing out in the community now, and the fact that there are people who might have very limited symptoms or even none at all who still have the virus, it's just smart to try and limit that as much as humanly possible. So do the right things, be smart, be safe, and take care.
So I think that was released Friday evening.
Commissioner Hodges and Franz, could you hear that okay?
I did. I did as well, sorry.
Okay, good. Okay, I just wanted to, thank you.
So I think that was released Friday evening, and I thought that might be helpful, and rather than put County Administrator Smith-Haynes on the spot for things that are outside of his area of responsibility, I thought it might be helpful just to let you listen to that. Other things of note, the Health Department press release on Tuesday noted that they were extremely overwhelmed with the number of new cases and asked for patience and kindness as they work their way through tracking cases. And then there was an article in the Friday Salina Journal indicating that numbers are up and that you could characterize Saline County as a hot spot, and that every county is seeing things increase exponentially. So as a little bit of overview, that's what I'm able to provide you in terms of information that I'm aware of that's out there. With respect to options, and these are kind of last minute additions that got distributed today, first and foremost, we can acknowledge that the Health Department is the responsible party and respect their authority and role and follow their lead. We could try to initiate some dialogue or encouragement to Saline County in terms of a direction that you would like to see things go, or communicate some desire on your part as a governing body. You can take that one step further and make specific recommendations if you're so inclined. I've had some conversations with a number of people indicating I don't have, we don't have staff on board that have that expertise, nor do we have the data to really suggest to you what those recommendations might be. I'm very deferential to the county health department, but there are gating criteria in place that it could be more strict. Some communities are restricting the hours of bars and restaurants and having capacity limits on businesses, mass gathering limitations, encouraging teleworking. And then from some of the articles that I attached, you should have seen that some schools in particular, not so much cities imposing requirements on school attendance, but schools are looking at their model, whether it's in person or remote, and youth sports activities as well. Things that are more in kind of our area of authority would be changing our operations and trying to increase social distancing or limit social interaction, whether that's at our facilities, at youth activities, sponsoring events, those type of things. So far, there haven't been mass gathering limitations in place, and we've been proceeding as if we're just going to follow whatever was in place. Staff also talked about if we wanted to look at increased enforcement, we probably need to go back to that initial conversation we had about what constitutes public social distancing when a mask is required. Because the conversation we had early on was kind of a creative, if not lenient, approach that while you may be in public, if you feel like you can maintain 6 feet of social distancing, you didn't necessarily have to wear a mask. That's difficult when you're in a store or in a location and you see someone without a mask. If we want to take enforcement to the next level, I think it takes two things. One is clarifying that, and if you look at other communities, they've made it more clear that masks have to be worn in public settings, indoors, period, rather than any reference to social distancing. And then secondly, our efforts so far are complaint-based in response to complaints. We would most likely need to dedicate police resources directly to, and that probably means over time, to going out and proactively enforcing beyond. That's the route we want to go. And then lastly, if while it may be the health department's role, you have sufficient authority if you choose to proceed that you could enact health measures and restrictions. And kind of that same list that I provided previously, anything from restrictions on operations to capacity limits to mass gatherings, those type of things. And then if you recall back in March, some of this conversation, as the state was looking at what they wanted to do in terms of stay-at-home orders and some of those regulations, Kansas City, Missouri kind of was a leader in terms of regulations on that topic, and then they were followed by Kansas City, Kansas, and St. Louis and Springfield, Missouri. Well, today, just as a point of reference for you, the mayor of Kansas City, Missouri announced that they were going to enact additional restrictions. And so my understanding of what they've now enacted is that they've limited indoor gatherings to 10 people unless allowed through an application process through the city's health department. Restaurants and bars are limited to 50% of their capacity and spacing parties out and closing by 10 p.m. Patrons must wear masks at all times unless they're actively eating or drinking. Restaurants and bars must notify the city health department of any known COVID cases. Masks must be worn in all indoor spaces with more than one person per room. So basically, if there's more than one person in any indoor space, a mask is to be required. The social distancing aspects eliminated. And then gyms and fitness centers are limited to 50% capacity, and patrons are required to wear masks. So again, I offer that to you just as a point of reference. I know with the state approach being on a county-by-county basis, it causes us to spend a lot more time trying to compare ourselves to other communities and what they're doing. So with that, Mr. Smith-Haynes has agreed to come and address you, and I shared with him kind of the basis of the initial request and the questions that you had as a governing body, and so I think he's here to provide you what he can in the way of an update, maybe. Turn it over to Phil.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to start by thanking the city. We've had a great relationship between the county and the city throughout this entire pandemic. As a reminder, I know we all know this, but this is something that this country has not faced in 102 years. So this is kind of an event of first impression for all local governments throughout the country, and you're seeing some of the varied responses that the city manager just talked about. So I am not the health expert. I did not get a medical degree before I went into public administration, but we have all learned a lot about this disease here over the last 7 months. And I think Dr. Freelove, who does have a medical degree, probably said it much better than I can. Essentially, the message is, you all know what to do it. Our messaging around COVID-19 has not changed since April. It is the same thing. It is stay home when you don't need to be out. It is wash your hands for 20 seconds at a time and avoid touching your face. It is when you must be out in public, wear a mask when you cannot maintain 6-foot social distancing, right? It is do these things to protect other members of the community and to prevent the hospital, not only here in Salina, but hospitals across the country, from going over capacity. That's the reason we went into a stay-at-home order back in March. That is the message we have continued to preach over and over. It's in every one of our press releases. You can look at them 3 times a week going back to the beginning of this pandemic, and it says in every single one of them that is our advice, and that continues to be our advice. the opportunity that we have now as a community, not just the county or the city, but as a community, is to talk about, okay, what else can we do to reinforce that messaging? So the city manager talked about a number of different options that might be on that list. One of the things that, I think is probably coming our way again, the past is prologue here, is at what point do we close this building to the public again? At what point do your meetings and our meetings go back to being in some type of a virtual environment? At what point do we request citizens to transact their public business via appointment rather than just coming and standing in a long line to get services, right? Do we start talking about the types of restrictions on business that none of us want to implement, right? I mean, the first item on your agenda this evening was Small Business Saturday, right? We all want to support businesses in this community, but we all also want to be around to support those businesses. So at what point do we talk about those restrictions and what those restrictions need to be like? And certainly, as the city manager pointed out, that's something that the health department will consider, but that is something that, the health department does not have an enforcement arm, right? The health department relies upon your police department, our sheriff's office, majorly the goodwill of the citizenry at large to comply with those health orders. And so, that's the situation that we find ourselves in. I have said to a number of people, I think we are in November exactly where we tried to avoid being in May. That's just the situation that we find ourselves in, and that is by no means unique, right? Saline County does not have the highest case rate in the state. Kansas does not have the highest case rate in the nation. It is throughout the country, even the states that appeared to have it under control at some point in time, California, New York, they're experiencing a surge along with the rest of the country. And it has to do exactly with what the city manager and Dr. Freelove were talking about earlier. We are heading into the winter months. Folks are more likely to be indoors for an extended period of time. And we are heading into a holiday season where we are all accustomed to getting together with large groups of our family that we don't see any other time of the year. And those things are a breeding ground for viruses of all kinds. That the common cold, the flu, this just happens to be the one that we're particularly concerned about at this point in time because of all that we've endured over the last 7 months. So I don't have any magic bullets for you, but I appreciate the opportunity to engage in this discussion with you to talk about how you can use the city's enforcement authority to complement whatever it is that we're going to do as a community, rather than this person has the authority, this person has the authority. How do we come together as a community and fight this situation that we're in at the moment? So that's about all I have, but I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Okay, I'll open it up to commissioners for questions.
Are you aware of the county commission having any plans to have a similar discussion tomorrow? regarding
The county
possible
commission
actions?
reviews the situation every 2 weeks. They put that on their calendar. Originally, it was a review of the mask ordinance, but it has morphed into sort of a review of the status of COVID in the community. That is scheduled for tomorrow morning. So there is that opportunity for them to have a conversation. If you all have anything that you would like me to take back to them tomorrow morning, I've also put that on my report to them as well.
Because, you know,
Mr. Smith, Haynes, Doc, if you're done, go ahead if you.
Well, I think it's important that the city and the county at least appear to be working in the same direction. Certainly, the county is physically larger than the city, but a lot of the county residents live here. A lot of the commerce occurs here. And you hate for one side of a street to have a different rule from the other side of the street. You know, I'm very concerned, you know, that the very civil servants, you know, that people depend on seem to be more at risk now than we were in the spring. I know in the hospital, I'm just, you know, more aware of hearing of more employees being ill now than in the spring. And we're going to have to protect, you know, our number one resource, you know, are our employees and civil servants. And, you know, part of me loves to see all the cars on Santa Fe because, be it good or bad, I've learned now to translate that into sales tax, which means a balanced budget, or at least closer to a balanced budget. But on the other hand, you know, we're sort of isolated as far as being the only large medical facility here. And when we reach capacity, there's no place else to send folks. And, you know, it's beginning to affect care of other conditions. We're having people not coming into the hospital for strokes when they should because they're afraid of getting infected. I can't transfer patients to higher institutions because they're full. You know, so that backwards, that row of dominoes is beginning to fall. And this may be the time to be taking rather austere measures to protect us a month or two down the road, because any steps we take are going to take at least 2 to 3 weeks minimum to tell if it's having any effect. And no one wants to be the Grinch that stole Christmas, but I think one of our two bodies is going to have to be put in that position. Ideally, it'd be nice if the 10 of us could meet and act at one time, but the county does have the health department, and we certainly have a lot of resources that county is counting on being active. But I would hope that the county commission would look at this pretty much the same solution. I like, by the way, was that Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas that you referenced?
That was Missouri.
Missouri, okay. You know, I think that's a good start. And you know, I see this from so many different sides. You know, this part of me is worried about the city budget. The other part of me is, you know, is it safe for me to go to work tomorrow? You know, so it's not easy to make these decisions, but we're going to have to do something soon. Not doing what we're doing now without enforcement is not working. A lot of people are doing what they're supposed to do, but we have enough infringement on those 4 rules that you made. And I've probably been guilty of breaking them every once in a while myself, just out of habit. But we're going to really have to get tough if we're going to avoid a major disaster here. I'll yield. Thank you.
Mine is just a question, and I guess kind of asking your opinion, since you can't speak for the health authority. It's a little bit of a question to my fellow commissioners. If we restate, or if the guidance about a mask or 6 feet is restated so that you should have a mask on continuously if you're indoors at a business of some kind, do you think that would have a positive effect? I mean, why not just keep the mask on? I know many entities I'm in, people are mask on, mask off, mask on, mask off, as soon as they get the distance. That would be one more step that I know some people wouldn't like, but I'm just wondering in my mind if it would be effective.
I think any reinforcement of the message is valuable. And so I think, it wouldn't hurt. But I also think that, as your fellow commissioner said, there might be a need to take some additional action as well, in terms of if you really want to make a difference, saying the same thing over and over again just doesn't appear to be winning. So it might be a situation where we would need to step up some enforcement of that as well.
Commissioner Franz or Commissioner Hodges?
Please let me know if I'm speaking too loudly or not loudly enough, because it's really difficult to hear myself on my end. But I did want to note and to definitely agree and reinforce with Mr. Smith-Haynes that the messaging has been consistent. Every week we get reminders about what we need to do, and unfortunately, it's not happening. I would love to discuss amongst the governing body, because Salina, while we are citizens of Saline County as well, Salina being a retail hub and having the largest concentration of population within the county does have some, circumstances specific to that. I would love to discuss not only increased enforcement, but several of the items under number 3 on the staff report on, I think, is that page 3, in terms of, I just want to let you know, I am willing to discuss restrictions on bars and restaurant hours, restrictions on capacity, mass gathering limitations, encouraging teleworking, and I think that maybe we need to revisit the decision on opening the field house, because when I saw all those MAYD kids out there over the weekend and their families and their grandparents, even with having everybody masked up in there, it looked like a super spreader event to me. I just really think that we've gotten to the point with Dr. Freelove being so transparent about the hospital being at capacity. We just can't continue to sustain and to successfully deal with the kind of exponential growth we've seen, especially in the last 2 weeks. So I guess that's not a question. I apologize, Mayor Hoppick, but I would really like to move forward with any kind of increased enforcement, increased restrictions that we can negotiate together as the governing body.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
This is Commissioner Franz. I'm going to weigh in, not necessarily my final weigh-in. I do have some questions for Mr. Smith-Haynes. According to Dr. Freelove's presentation, which I listened to the other day, so I was already familiar with it, he kind of explained that hospital capacity is not a simple thing, and that while he might have 36 beds were set aside for COVID patients, half of those in critical care, with 17 of them being filled, the hospital's at capacity and currently, or at least at the time he made the video, and essentially couldn't take any more patients. yet the dashboard on the Salina County site says it's green and we've got 30% capacity left. I know it's complicated, but it seems like that that is a inconsistency, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The other, a couple of other comments, you know, based on the contact tracing that has been done, and I know that's time intensive and the staff is challenged to do that, do you have any sense of what is driving this increase?
I will take a crack at that based on my conversations with the health officer. First off, let me address your question about the dashboard. So we rely on the information that we receive from Salina Regional for that particular criteria. So that is what is reported to us by the hospital. I recognize, as Dr. Freelove said, that is a complicated thing, so it's a point in time and could change hourly, but those are not figures that we are in charge of. So I'll say that about that dashboard. With respect to your question about what is driving the increase, I think it's what we have been talking about earlier. It is the fact that colder weather drives people indoors and that this virus spreads better indoors than it does out of doors. It also, the other thing about being indoors is that when you're indoors, you tend to be sort of naturally in closer proximity to each other. When you're out of doors, it makes a lot of sense to sort of spread out. But when you're indoors, I mean, this arrangement here in the commission chambers, frankly, feels unnatural, right? I mean, we tend to congregate closely when we're indoors. So I think it's a magnifier effect. It's not just the air system, it's also the physical proximity. We, over the course of time, many of the cases that we have seen from the health department have been related to smaller gatherings, not big outdoor events, but funerals and sleepovers and different things where people were indoors in closer proximity. And I think again, we're staring down the barrel of Thanksgiving here with other holidays soon to follow. That sort of does not bode well for arresting the spread.
Okay. Tell me, in the recent county commission meetings, when you've talked about the status of COVID in the community, has there been any discussion of what the caseload looks like projected into the future, or any plans developed to deal with that?
No. If you have a crystal ball, I'm willing to borrow it. The caseload has been not anything that has been predictable. If you look at the entire history of this over time, the things that we expected to happen did not happen. We expected that there would be a spike 2 weeks after Memorial Weekend. In fact, the middle of June was one of our lower points, and then it started trending up toward the end of July. If you I mean, we expected the start of school to be kind of an inflection point. It really wasn't. There was a slight rise, but then it's gotten worse exponentially over the last month or so. So, which, folks have been in school for 2-3 months at this point. So, there has been no recent attempt to project cases into the future, because every time we have tried that in the past, we have failed.
Okay.
Anything else, Commissioner Franz?
No, I don't think so.
I have a couple questions, I guess. As I try to analyze this, I guess a couple of the things that would help me in making a decision is, and this probably doesn't come from you, it may come from the hospital, but like hospital admissions, because we are a regional, do we know what percentage of those hospital admissions are individuals from Salina versus surrounding areas? And the reason I ask that is we can't control what goes on in Ellsworth or Minneapolis, and if 50 or higher or some percent is from outside of Salina, maybe Salina's not doing bad. I mean, I guess that's a question.
The only piece of information that I have related to that at all, and this is because the short answer is I don't know the answer to your question, but the only data point that I have was on one particular day when the hospital was at 12 patients. We were told 5 of those 12 were Saline County residents. So, but that was one particular day. I know the numbers have changed since then, so I would not extrapolate that.
That may be something we may ask Dr. Freelove for, because I think that would maybe help us a little bit also. That kind of goes along with your answer to Commissioner Franz about the spread, because as we're talking about closing this building or making changes to current businesses, if a majority, and again, I think your office or the health department would maybe have this information, if a majority of the cases and the spreads coming from private gatherings and schools, we're going to have a hard time having an effect on that.
I will say, yeah, absolutely. I did not I want to correct myself because I don't want to mislead you or the commission. There have been cases of spread at businesses. That has occurred. We've noted a few of those in our press releases when they had the potential to have community
spread,
impact. So there have been. I would say it's probably more prevalent that it's been spread amongst gatherings of people who were interacting for one reason or another. Some of those have occurred at restaurants. I'm not aware of a lot of events where there have been spread from servers to patrons and that sort of thing. But I think those are the kind of
details I think really we kind of need to help make an educated decision. So, and again, if we put in a limit and, we say no more gatherings than 10 people, it's hard for us to enforce that in a private home or so. And so those are other things to think of. The final thing I have is, as I look at dashboards and we talk about, and again, I've always said hospitalizations and deaths, that's my main criteria I'm going to look at. Is there any way when we look at the number of deaths we've had that are reported in Salina of ages? Because it makes a big difference to me if the majority of those are above 85 years of age or something, or if they have underlying conditions, versus saying we have a large percentage of those are 50 years old and younger. Those are the kind of things that I think would be helpful also to analyze what's really going on. And I don't know if there's any way to get that kind of information.
That is a good question. I know we intentionally did not put that out at a point in the past because We're also dealing with, this is a health condition, there are privacy issues around health conditions, and so.
And I don't expect names or anything, obviously.
Right, but-
It's just
but-
if we have anything that gives us a.
Yeah, the thought was if you only have 3 deaths in a community and you say, well, one was 80, one was 60, and one was 25, it's not hard for somebody to go to the obituaries and go, oh, that, and that. Now we may have had a big enough sample size. I hate to use that
Yeah.
term with people's mortality, but I mean, that's a good question that I would have to take back to the health department and find out if we could do that at this point.
I would offer up that on the county's dashboard, there is a graphic that shows recovered, isolated, and deceased, and I believe it's in 10-year increments. It's a little hard, and so it looks like I don't see any deceased below the age of 50, and then each age segment by groups of 10 have about the same, from 50 through, I guess it'd be 100. I can't tell you the numbers, and they vary slightly, but it's like 50 and above.
Those would be,
I can go back and see if we can get that more.
those would be Saline County residents though, right?
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Right, because again, any given day, half the people I see do not live in Saline County. But I don't think anybody in here under the age of 65 should feel the least bit protected because of their age. I mean, I've known teenagers, people in their 40s. This thing is no respecter of your age.
And again, go ahead, Commissioner Hodges.
I'm sorry about that, to interject. I did want to ask Mr. Smith-Haynes if he's aware of, are there going to be any additional resources available to the health department in terms of performing their contact tracing? That's something that I've read from the recent press releases, that staff is getting kind of overwhelmed with the contact tracing, and as a result, our times are lengthening somewhat.
Yes, is the short answer to that. We continue.
Okay.
We continue to hire and recruit for additional contact tracers. We had one that started late last week. I believe we have another person who's scheduled to come on in the next couple of weeks. And if you have names of people who would like to apply, please send them our way, because we are continuing to search for those folks. Of course, as you know, there's a training curve involved once they're on board, and simply put, the number of cases is growing faster than the number of tracers.
Right. Do you have any sense of what the average notification time is in terms of doing that contact tracing?
It varies widely. There are folks for whom there are a very limited number of contacts, folks who sort of stay to themselves for the most part and don't require that many contacts. And then there are folks who are out and about in the community and have dozens and dozens of folks that need to be contacted. So any particular case, it could vary from a few hours to a few days.
Okay. I'm thinking specifically, I think that this email was sent to the commission as a whole from a woman whose daughter, evidently a child in her class, tested positive, and there was literally a 10-day delay and in terms of notification of the parents that there had been an exposure. And I'm kind of wondering if that's not another component that we need to take into consideration when we're making decisions, that you are trying to staff up, and it is a complicated job, and there are just going to be some times where there's going to be enough time that lapses between reporting and being able to to do all the contact tracing, that, you know, we could have someone out in the community who may be asymptomatic, who may be symptomatic but needs to go to work, that's continuing to spread the illness. I did have a question. One of the materials that was presented in our packet listed the different places where people could get COVID tests. At Salina Regional, at Stat Care, at Com Care, the emergency room, Salina Family Health Care, Maori Clinic, Med Express, and CVS Pharmacy. And I just wondered, do you have any sense if any of those places are options if you just want to go in and proactively, being asymptomatic, if you can get a test on demand, so to speak, like I know that they have in other communities, that you can just pay out of pocket and get a test, you know, right away without having a referral.
First off, let me go back to your prior comment, and I really appreciate you bringing that up, Commissioner, because I think it is important. This is an opportunity to remind folks that if they have been exposed, if they have been notified that they have been exposed to someone, they really need to stay home. I mean, that is incredibly important, and so thank you for that opportunity, because I did not say that earlier. In terms of testing, that's another area that continues to evolve. I believe the intent of the CVS program, and I don't want to speak for a particular business, but I believe their intent was to offer asymptomatic testing. I do not know if that is their current status at the Salina location or not. Most of the other folks, you do need to be symptomatic and typically have a referral from a healthcare provider.
Okay, because I did try to, I thought, well, what the heck, I can try to register at CVS, and it does require you to either be symptomatic or to lie about being symptomatic in order to get scheduled for a test. So in terms of having a resource of just being able to say, you know, hey, I'd like to go, you know, see a family member, can I get a test and ensure that I'm not an asymptomatic spreader, we probably, at this point, it doesn't look like have that option in our community to be able to do that. And I think that's all I have. But I did, and that's I'll just wait until we come back to the discussion. Thank you.
I have a couple things, and then maybe you do, and we need to.
Just to follow up on her point, one of the urgent care centers in town was giving appointments for that proactive type testing. The only reason I happened to find out, I was going to be going to a wedding this upcoming weekend in Iowa, and part of the requirements to get into the church was you had to bring your COVID test results that were less than 5 days old. And they gave us instructions on how to get it done here. Since, for two reasons. One, Iowa clamped down and said, you know, no group gatherings over a certain number, and we just kind of rethought our options. But it can be obtained on an appointment basis.
Follow up on one of your answer to Commissioner Hodges about if you've been exposed, stay home. And I guess to take that a step further is, and I think this is what you're trying to say, is i.e. if you've been exposed, don't wait for the health department to contact you. I
Correct.
think is the rest of that sentence that needs to
Yes.
to happen, because
Yes.
if someone's waiting for the health department to contact them, it could be, as Commissioner Hodges said, an extended period of time. And so if you've been notified, you've been exposed, do the proper thing and stay home. So the other question I had, and then we'll open it up to the public, is the rapid test that's out there, is it have it's not perfect by any means. Is that correct from what I've heard?
The MD probably knows better, but yeah, it has a higher rate of false negatives than the PCR test.
So I guess I don't know how we address it, because I think and that's why I asked, and I heard that the rapid test had been maybe a little misleading to some individuals that had used it.
My son, you probably knows, a pediatric resident out in Portland, Oregon now, and he actually was at a work-sponsored meeting in the evening. All 6 people at the meeting were exposed and all got sick, but he had to stay home just because he was a contact. The first test was negative, second one was positive. But he was going to be home for the 2 weeks no matter how the test came out. It's just that with the test being positive, it added another layer on his return to work status. But right, if you think you might have it or you could have been exposed, depending on where you work and where you live, there's 10 days, 14 days, symptoms, no symptoms, fever. I'm not expert on all those little caveats, but and if you think you're exposed and you need to get tested and you haven't been contacted yet, call your doctor and arrange for the testing. But a lot of people don't want to stay home from work, and I feel good, and the problem is feeling good doesn't mean you're not making somebody else deathly ill a week from then.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize that there are folks in the community for whom staying home is a financial burden, and so that's something else that needs to be addressed in some fashion. But for those folks who have sick leave, this is what it's designed for. That's certainly a message that we're trying to carry with employees in this building, because we've had a couple folks here come to work sick, and that has not been positive.
Things. I appreciate your time and your input. So,
well, thank you. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I appreciate the good working relationship that the city and the county have had throughout this.
We'll be curious to see what the county commission has to say tomorrow. So, thank you. Okay, with that, we will open it up for comments from the public on this matter. If you come forward, please give your name and where you're from, and limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Thank you.
Commissioners Dalton, Salina. Is there any way you guys can come up with a COVID task force that has doctors like Rob Freelove or the director of Salina Regional's intensive care unit instead of Jason? Because I think a lot more people would trust what is being said. Not dissing Jason, but I think a lot more people would trust what is being said if it came from what Dr. Freelove had said, or coming from a medical professional who has to deal with this within their facility. And they can give us better advice than Jason. I don't even know what his education is. But I believe that a bunch of people would probably listen to a doctor who knows more about about COVID than a public health officer. Because the public health officer is an authority, and some people don't listen to authority that well. But they might listen to what a medical physician has to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, just as you're going back to your seat, as a physician, the person I want to hear from is the epidemiologist, who may not even know where to put a rectal thermometer, but they know how to track cases. And that's what's going to impact what I'm going to see in the hospital 2 or 3 weeks later.
Does Salina have an epidemiologist within that city?
I don't know all of the health department's resources, but they do work with the state epidemiologist. So the health department has lots of resources at its disposal. And those type experts aren't just sitting home, retired, doing nothing, waiting for a phone call. They're kind of hard to find them in our area.
Hello, my name is Dennis Benoit. I'm from Geneseo, but I was born in Salina. I also own some property inside the city limits. I was just wondering if you knew about the redefinition that the NIH and the CDC did in March and April to redefine the word and also include probable cases in their numbers. Is that being done in this city?
That I do not know.
As far as I know, the numbers you're seeing are actual positive cases.
Cases, okay. I don't care for a lot of this discussion about bringing in the police to this, and so I'm directing my question to the bosses out there. These are your public servants, and you're watching what they're doing, so keep an eye open. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission. Is there any further comments?
Well, I would like to see what our county colleagues will do at their meeting tomorrow and at least reserve space on our agenda next Monday to revisit this issue, at which time we'll have another week's worth of data. It may be apparent that we might have to take action ahead of the county if we're heading in the wrong direction quickly. And it may well be that there's no reason to take any action, but at least have a spot on the agenda reserved for it.
Okay, and if there's any way we could get some answers to a couple of the questions I had, would sure help me make a decision also. And I'm not sure how readily available those are, but it would be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. It's too premature to take any action. I like the way, appreciate the city manager laying out those points there. I can agree with about 5.5 of them, but I think it's premature to, basically I defer to the county health department and the school system to make these decisions, but making recommendations to them from us, it can do no harm. And until I see more data, I wouldn't suggest that the city take any different action than it has.
This is Commissioner Franz, as you might guess from my voice. I would have to say that I disagree with that very vigorously. I also disagree with Mr. Smith-Haynes' assertion that the curve is not predictable. It is, in fact, very predictable and very projectable. We've had a doubling of cases in the last 14 days. If that continues by Thanksgiving, all the beds at the hospital will be full. If that continues until Christmas, we'll have 100 people in line waiting for beds. This is not something to mess around with, and I think the sooner we address it, the better off we will all be. There's no reason to think that this case curve is going to flatten out on its own. That's not the way the virus behaves. At least that's not what I've been told. I'm not a medical expert, but I do think that we need to urge the county to take action, and I think we also need to take action on ourselves, the first thing being pulling back on the field house. In fact, I think we ought to terminate all programming at the field house until we see that this thing comes under control. I just think, we're playing with fire. And if we're not careful, we're going to be in trouble. Matter of fact, I think we already are in trouble.
All right, is it my turn?
Go ahead.
I just want to concur with Commissioner France. I think that we have let this percolate, and nobody wants to be the bad guy, and I understand that, but we have pushed this to a public health crisis point. We have got to do something to get the spread under the control. And while the county may have had very consistent messaging through the health department from the get-go, I'm not quite as confident that we, as the city, have done that same consistent messaging. We have downplayed our ability to enforce the mask ordinance. We have spread the word that the mask ordinance is unenforceable and that we would not be enforcing it. We have got to find ways to unring that bell, if possible, and to try to get this thing turned around. I am with Commissioner France. I think we need to suspend our recreation programs. I think that we need to look at doing whatever we can to increase enforcement and to take measures to, like other communities, McPherson, Wichita, Kansas City, to follow their leadership and start putting some of the restrictions in place that these communities have already done. I just feel like waiting for another week. I mean, we got another, and I do have the advantage because I'm sitting at home in front of my laptop. We have another 126 cases today. So, I mean,
Seriously?
so, I mean, this thing is growing exponentially. I would just beg my fellow members of the governing body to take a look at that list and see if there's anything on that list that you would be willing to address tonight, because I think that we're talking about saving lives, and I don't think that there's any time to waste. So, thank you.
You know, I think a very simple thing that would eliminate confusion in a lot of people's minds would be, you know, what a lot of cities do in the east and big cities. If you're out in public, you have a mask on. You know, that 6 feet gives a false sense of security. And it generally means, unless you work in an office by yourself or you're home, you have a mask on. Or if you're in your car, you know, there's certain places where you obviously wouldn't have to have it on, but it's the easiest step to take, and I think I didn't realize that 126 is just from Friday to today. That's a lot of.
Yes, it was, Commissioner.
Well, that's a drop of a third, so.
Well, the
depends on
190.
how optimistic or pessimistic you are.
Well, the 190 was for a week. At this rate, that 126 would end up around 300.
Yeah, it looks like the press release was issued 16 minutes ago, and it says, since our last update on Friday, November 13th, we have received notification of 126 new positive COVID-19 cases in Salina County. The prior 190 number was from Monday the 9th to, I believe, last Friday.
Okay.
So, for, depending on how you count that, a 4 or 5
Mike,
day
I missed
period.
that.
I'll start over. It looks like the press release that was issued today was issued about 16 minutes ago. It said, since our last update on Friday, November 13th, we've received notification of 126 new positive cases in Salina County. The 190 number that was cited on Friday was from Monday to Friday. There were 190, and this is from Friday to Monday, there were 126.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're close to each other.
Do you think it would be appropriate to show the graphs I sent you?
We certainly can.
What was that?
Commissioner Franz had some graphs that he's prepared on his own that he was considering sharing with you. And so we've got them available to project.
I can't see when it's up, so let me know when the cumulative cases is up.
I'm sorry, when
And
which is?
Commissioner France, if you could, I don't know if you're at a point where you could email me, but if you could email me those graphs, I would love to take a look at them as well.
I will do that. I'm not at a point where I can do it right now, though.
We're trying to get the projector fired up. If either of you are monitoring the meeting on Salina Media Connection, it should show there. And which graph was it, Commissioner Franz?
Do the Saline County cumulative cases first.
Okay, yep, it's, Salina, that one. Yep,
It's up?
yes.
Okay. This is just the cumulative case curve, and one of the reasons that I disagree with, actually, that's the projection curve, okay? That's okay, I can talk from this. The cumulative case curve is actually pretty stable in a macro scale. You see a blue line that runs up until we implement the mask ordinance, and I turned it green, and it kind of flattened out for a little while, and then where the red picks up is when school went back into session, and we resumed an upward count. The trend line you see there is, did you change the graph?
No, the one that we have on the screen says Saline County cumulative case count.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That says Saline County cumulative case count.
Okay, hang on, let me get back to it.
Would it be possible to ask Salina Media Connection to switch their view so that I could view the screen?
Anyway, you can see that it's remarkably consistent except for the small flattening right after we implemented the mask mandate. And if you do a projection based on that to Christmas, the trend line actually fits with a coefficient of regression of about 99.5, which is very, very good. And if you do that, you end up getting to, you end up with a graph, and let me see if I can find it. Anyway, it projects out to a case count of about, let me find my notes there, of about 4,500 cases by Christmas. Yeah, that's it.
That's what we will have total in Saline County by Christmas, is what you're saying.
By Christmas, yeah, it's roughly triple what we have today. By the way, none of these numbers obviously included the 126 today. So then if we can go on to the next one, which should be the 2-week new cases. Let me know when it's up.
Yeah, it says 2-week case totals.
Yeah. Should be very colorful, red and green.
Yep, it's up.
Okay. What I've done here is I just take a rolling total of the cases that have been newly reported in the 2 weeks before the current date. And what you can see here is you can clearly see when we reopened the economy and we went into a fairly steep incline. You can see when we did the mask mandate and the cases declined and then leveled out for a period of time. You can then see the increase at the beginning of September. And then there was a little bit of a flat area, actually at the end of September, beginning of October, before we started this most dramatic incline. So I don't know what's driving this current case increase, but if it is related to weather and being indoors, there's no reason to think that it's going to change. The doubling time right now is 14 days. And if you apply that to the hospitalizations, we hit a hospital capacity about Thanksgiving, and by Christmas, we're at 100 above that. That to me is a pretty serious situation. You know, and I don't know, maybe it'll flatten on its own, but I'm not sure I'm willing to bet on it at this point. Then if you go to the final slide, this clearly is not a Saline County issue alone. Both Kansas and the U.S. have similar patterns. Actually, we're running behind Kansas a little bit. So it's not unique to here, and that kind of gives credence to the fact that it's weather related. But you know, this is one of the reasons that I'm adamant that we need to do something, if not today, fairly quickly.
Just another note to the release that came out, it also said there were 26 hospitalizations. So if you keep reading down, so that's another data point that's headed in the wrong direction.
I guess my problem is I'm not sure where it's coming from. I'm not sure what the answer is, Commissioner Franz.
You know, I would agree. It would be helpful if we had something specific to focus on.
Yeah, I mean,
I am in at least partial disagreement with Commissioner Hodges. I don't think enforcement alone will do very much, because if you walk around most stores where most people visit regularly, most people are in masks. But the exceptions, I think, you know, if we tighten up on the exceptions, that might have an impact along with some enforcement. And I think what it boils down to, if you read some of the, I'm going to say experts that you see making statements on this in other locations, there's a lot of folks who are saying, you know, this isn't going to be enough. We're going to need a total shutdown to break this cycle. And I think a lot of locations are trying to take something less than that, because that's a pretty at this point distasteful option. Given our experience this spring, nobody wants to do a total shutdown, and I get that. I don't either. I'd like to be able to do something interim to try to smooth it out a little bit and get it under control. But you're right, it's got to be kind of a shotgun approach, because we don't know specifically what is driving it.
And that might be a case where it would be helpful for us to see something that Mayor Hoppick had mentioned earlier in terms of the ages related to the fatalities, but maybe it would be helpful for us to see if a lot of the new cases are coming from young people, for example, or if they are coming from school-aged children. It might help give us a sense, because if we're seeing a huge increase with young adults, say like 18 to 24 years old, then I think it's going to give us some insight in terms of what we need to do to address the problem.
So, and as it relates to schools, I certainly don't want to speak for Superintendent Exline, but I did have a conversation with her today, and she relayed to me that they've tried to do analysis of their exposures and spread, and they've had very few people who were quarantined due to a close contact at school coming up positive. They're not seeing widespread in their classrooms, and they feel that masking, social distancing, and good hygiene is working for them. That's not to say they aren't having cases, but I think their assessment is, while they may have students turning up positive, they're not seeing spread within the school system.
How do they know that?
Just looking at, my understanding is it kind of a thorough review of who turned up positive, and then the contacts around them, and whether they're seeing spread within a classroom,
okay,
spread from one student to another.
Yeah, I think if somebody, if they turn up positive in the schools, it can come from outside the school, but if they get infected in the school, it also, they take it out into the community. So.
And I think one thing that may have helped spread, we've become a little more mobile in the last 2 or 3 months when our draconian restrictions were in place and not many people were crossing the county line. And now, we're traveling more, there's more interstate, inter-county commerce, more gatherings, and we are spending more time inside, but the more people who are infected, the more people will become infected just because the donor pool of viruses is bigger. But I think the more ominous figure in all that data is the number of folks in the hospital. And it's not necessarily just the COVID deaths you have to worry about or the COVID illnesses, but we're risking exposing healthcare workers. Plus, we're not going to have beds for all the other things that routinely happen, like heart attacks and strokes and emergency surgery and fractures and stuff.
And I guess one of the numbers that I still would really like to see is of the hospitalizations, how many of them are from Salina, because those are the ones that we can try to control. And
well, we really can't.
Well,
federal, if we have a bed and they need help, we have to take them.
But that's what I'm saying. If we tighten up our restrictions, but we're getting a lot of those individuals, because I know Ellsworth had an outbreak and some of those, that's taking up hospital beds that make our numbers.
But those are the same people who come in town on weekend to shop.
Yeah.
So we're going to be exposed to them either way. I mean, that's a lot of our sales tax, actually.
Right.
So they may sleep in Ellsworth County, but they spend the money here.
But if we make them, and they're required to wear a mask when they come here to shop and stuff, so that helps.
Well, that's why if the mask ordinance is much more uniform, if you're outside, have a mask on. And that's, a lot of cities do it that way. It takes all the guesswork out.
If we were to go to what has been requested, perhaps, I'm looking to legal counsel and city manager, where a mask has to be worn all the time if you're anywhere but at your home or however you word that. Does that take an amendment to our ordinance?
Well, my recollection is that we as a group discussed that interpretive issue when we first adopted. Well, let me back up. We were one of the first to adopt the face mask ordinance, and we replicated what the governor's office produced. And so we then worked through some interpretive issue questions, and one of them was this very question of, is that all the time, or is that when you cannot reasonably maintain 6 foot of social distancing? And so we landed on an interpretation that if you can reasonably maintain 6 feet of social distancing, that you didn't have to have a mask. So I think a clarification certainly is in order. If you want to go to the level that Kansas City seems to have communicated here today, and that is, at any point that you're in a room with more than one person, you need to have a face mask on. I do think that takes an ordinance amendment. That, as Commissioner Davis has said, that's probably the most abundantly clear approach. And for the purposes of enforcement and the purposes of the clarity, I think that would take an ordinance amendment.
It's interesting when people eat or drink, they realize they can take the mask down. And what I've noticed, some of the gatherings I've been to, they're engaged in quiet conversation with the mask on while they're standing around, keeping the distance. And when they get to the table, instead of just eating quietly, they start talking louder to the people at the other end of the table. And what they're actually doing is projecting that air over a much greater distance. And this is just make-believe, fairy tale, don't quote me. But we would say, okay, no talking during mealtime, kids. But your mask comes off for food to go in, not for words to come out. But it's just that attention to detail that's going to be required. And we're not trying to eliminate every viral particle. We're trying to reduce your risk. Just trying to reduce the risk.
And I don't want to put Commissioner Franz on the spot, but he kind of mentioned it earlier in the conversation, that he's been personally going out and trying to do a numeric assessment. And I think we would acknowledge there's not 100% compliance, but there's fairly significant compliance. So from an enforcement standpoint, we could take that approach. We could dedicate police resources to go out and do spot checks. And in speaking with Chief Nelson, we've currently been responding to complaints. We'll arrive at a business and we don't necessarily observe just flagrant disregard for the ordinance. In fact, in some instances, they have someone stationed at the door that is checking as people are coming in, but it appears that people are not complying the entire time they're in the store. So I guess that's a long way of saying that I think we can make incremental improvement in terms of mask ordinance compliance, given the numbers that we're talking about. And I'm not an epidemiologist, and I don't have the contact tracing data to go behind to back that up. But given the numbers that we're talking about, I wonder if that's not just the tip of the iceberg in terms of effort to actually affect change, and whether that's mass gathering limitations or further restrictions.
Was there a question in there for me?
Well, if you want to elaborate on your assessment of current level of compliance and likelihood of achieving a greater level of compliance, that would be helpful.
Okay, what I've done over the period, actually I started doing it in July after the ordinance took effect, mostly to satisfy my own curiosity as to how many people were complying. But 3 times since then, and the most recent within the last couple of weeks, I've walked around through a variety of businesses, and I'll name a few of them: Dillon's, Planet Avenue, Lowe's, Target, Walmart, the Fresh Market downtown, that's the old Dillon's on Iron Street, Dillon's Sunset, a variety of other places. And I've noted how many people are in masks and how many are not in masks or who are wearing them improperly. And the overall average is about 92% masked. It varies a little bit from place to place. I have not counted Menards in that total because Menards is almost 100% masked. I don't think I've ever been there and seen a person outside with a mask because they enforce it at the door. But the other places all run between, I think 86% is probably about the lowest I've seen, up to about 95. And it varies from day to day. I've been to Walgreens, I've been to CVS, a few other places. And by and large, people are masked. Now, obviously, that doesn't include restaurants, that doesn't include bars, that doesn't include liquor stores, which I've heard, anecdotally are a problem. And of course, in restaurants and bars, you can unmask to eat and drink, but the virus doesn't know that, and it doesn't care. So and I've heard, again, I don't know if it's gospel truth, but I've heard there are at least one bar proprietor who's taken the position that all of his employees have a medical exemption. So I'm not sure we shouldn't try to remove the medical exemption. I know that that might result in some consternation, but all of the court findings relating to medical exemptions not being able to ask for evidence relate to comfort animals or emotional support animals and so on. They weren't made in the context of a pandemic. And I think we're in a very different environment now than then. I like the idea of spot enforcement, of sending when I was in college and still did go to bars, every night you'd see 2 police officers walk through looking around, and they were generally congenial, but, if you looked underage, you got carded. I think a few times of that, and we would see that 90% maybe go to 95. On 129 cases, that might make 4 or 5 cases a week difference. So like Mike, I think it's at the margin, and I think we have more of an exposure in the exceptions and in the fact that that large groups can get together. Masks aren't 100%. If you wear a mask and you go to a group gathering and you're close to people for an extended period of time, you still have a fairly good likelihood of picking up an infection if you interact with somebody who's contagious.
Maybe Mr. Smith-Haynes can answer this. What is the effectiveness of masks? I guess, one, it depends on what kind of mask you have on, and two, how you wear it. Do you have any numbers on that? Okay. I didn't know if there was a...
No. You're correct, Commissioner Mayor. Multi-layer masks are more effective than single-layer masks, and wearing them properly is more effective than putting a piece of cloth over your chin. But as Commissioner Franz points out, they are not foolproof. These pieces of cloth that we're all wearing are not medical grade N95. They're not designed for this purpose. We're recommended to do this because it's helpful, not because it's foolproof.
Good. And that reminds me as well, I kind of went through this personally when I needed to quarantine. While you may be wearing a mask, and you may not actually catch it, if you're in proximity with someone that was positive, even though you both were wearing masks, the fact that you were in proximity to each other necessitates a quarantine.
That's within 6 feet, correct? Isn't that the...
So, while it doesn't hospitalize you, it still has an impact on productivity and kind of carries forward that whole need to quarantine and contact trace and those kind of things.
Well, I'm not sure where we're at on this. I know, I'd like some more information before I make a decision. I guess I'm hoping that with what's going on, that individuals will start taking some personal responsibility. I mean, that's what it's going to come down to me, is if we have groups that are meeting outside of business and stuff, I mean, if they continue to do that and spread, there's no way we can, we have any enforcement on anything there. So and I'm not sure. I see Chief Nelson sitting over here, and I'm not sure. And again, I know Commissioner Hodges says we've thrown out there that's unenforceable. I'm not sure we have the staff and how we go about enforcing.
Sometimes your greatest enforcement is peer pressure.
Right.
My wife and I, if we go to a place and I don't know what our threshold is, it may be 10%, maybe 5%, but if there are too many folks in there without masks, we just turn around and walk out. We don't go in. And I think people should be very scared with the numbers that are out there right now. And they should ask themselves, is my life really worth going into this store with all these people in there without masks? And, if we can get that 85% of people who are already obeying the mask rules up to 92%, that may be more positive peer pressure on getting some of the other folks to convert. Well, this is not the bubonic plague. There've been worse maladies put on human beings. All we're asking people to do, not just to save their own life, but to help protect the lives of others. With an STD, and I hate to use that as an example, you kind of have control over whether or not you put yourself in the position of getting it or spreading it. This does not behave the same way. You may not know you have it, and you still spread it to somebody else. And it's not just breathing. I don't know if you've ever been to a pediatric office at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What are the nurses doing? They're scrubbing that place down with industrial strength cleaners because those kids have spit on, snotted on, it's nasty. So it's not just breathing the same air, but it's touching the doorknob, the handles at a restaurant when you serve food. there's just a lot of ways to spread it. And can you hide from it? No, but you can reduce the numbers. And our problem here is that we could handle a trickle of patients for 2 years at our hospital. What we can't handle very well is taking that same number of patients and rushing them through in a month. Because we don't have enough beds, we don't have enough staff. So I think we need to flatten that curve, even if it means lengthening the time for herd immunity to kick in. Because folks who are coming to the hospital for things other than COVID infections are going to be the secondary victims.
Well,
And we have people out of work. I mean, businesses will soon see the indirect effect of this. You know, if 30% of the staff is quarantined, that's not much productivity.
I think we need to make a plea to the public to use some common sense and to take personal responsibility. I think with Thanksgiving coming up, I know there's been comments made about limiting your size. I know we've done that. We're limiting our Thanksgiving this year, and I think people are going to have to take some of those steps. We can't do it for them, but they're going to have to take those steps themselves if we're going to try to get this under control.
Can't do it for them, but we're going to have to come up with a solution when they bring the illness to us or in the hospital. You know, we didn't make them sick, but they're going to come to us and say, now fix me. And we're going to say, well, gosh, you know, of course, it's too late to preach prevention at that point. You know, the problem's going to end up at our doorstep sooner or later. And, you know, snow removal. I mean, if half the staff is out because they're in quarantine or sick, guess what? Streets aren't getting cleaned. Or, you know, trash may not get picked up. We've been really lucky, I would say, as far as hospital staff and city and county staff. Yeah, there have been some people sick, but all in all, we've kept the doors open and services provided. But, you know, as those case numbers go up, I mean, it'd be stupid to assume that they're not going to spread out and start getting people performing vital services in this community.
So do you have a solution?
I would suggest if you're outside your house, outside your office by yourself, you have a mask on. I mean, that's fairly standard in most larger cities. And I think we probably do need to go back to the some sort of limitation on size of crowds. And, you know, probably what'll seem like a reversal of what I appeared to be saying last week. It does seem kind of risky in my mind now to have that many folks coming through the field house at any one time. Yeah, if we're worried about our numbers going up, it just doesn't seem reasonable to invite a large number of folks in a confined building to be that close together right now. Much as I would hate to do it, I think that building may be the first victim of the numbers we're seeing now. I mean, we could wait 2 weeks to see if they magically come down, but you know, looking at the numbers from a mathematical perspective, there's no reason to believe that curve is going to just suddenly go back down. That with Thanksgiving coming up.
I guess I can agree with the full masking. I'm not sure I agree with it outdoors, but within a confined environment, your business, not your home, not your car, but if you're in a store or you're working at work, we could clarify the ordinance to say the masking is required. I agree with your point that people feel at risk. They ought to walk out of the place they're in. They have to take some responsibility. But it seems to me that's one step we could take. Otherwise, I still would like to see the county and the school system react to this and wait a week before we take any action on the field house. Or I think we've got,
and the outside
we've
part
got
can be
time there
massaged.
that we can ramp those programs down if this truly gets out of hand.
I mean, if you're walking at Bill Burke and there's nobody within
6 feet,
300 feet of you, there's no reason to have a mask on. I would agree. If you're running out there, and we don't want you passing out because it's a hard place to get an ambulance to come get you. But, you know, we could play around with the outdoor one. But, you know, when people are near, the mask has to be on.
So I'm going to look again to city staff and legal counsel. If we were wanting to I guess, amend the ordinance or
Well, I think
to
you-
reinforce
I think
that
you
we
said
would?
clarify it.
To clarify, I guess, is the word that mask must be worn at all times indoors. How do we handle that? As a motion or?
If you want, it's an ordinance, so it's going to take an ordinance amending it. But if you would make a motion as a group and whatever that contains in terms of its contents, that's going to be the clearest way for you to reach consensus and communicate consensus to staff on this difficult issue. So if that is, and each of you have kind of articulated what you would and wouldn't support, but it's going to take a motion that itemizes those and a second, and 3 out of the 5 of you reaching an agreement. With respect to the question of masks at all times, we have on the screen the current language is inside any indoor public space where distancing of 6 feet at all times is not possible. But if you recall, as you were adopting this, you had conversations about the practicality of that and counting on people to do the right thing. And so if we could certainly, well, it gets difficult to say that and to argue with someone whether it's possible at all times. It's much clearer to say indoors. It has to be required if there's more than 2 people in the room. or more
Well,
than one
I
person
think
in
the
room.
mall would be a great example for letter A. There'll be times when you're 6 feet apart, there'll be times when you're not, but you're inside.
Right.
Have your mask on.
Yeah, the prior conversation, or the hypothetical, was whether you're in an office cubicle and someone's passing by occasionally for a limited duration, or whether you're at the grocery store and someone's passing you, in a grocery aisle. And we had all sorts of conversation about that's incidental contact, and that wasn't really what we intended. But if the clarification is you're indoors amongst other people, we expect to wear a mask, we could amend that to clarify that a little bit. My question for you is beyond that, in terms of the field house and mass gathering limitations and other things. It's going to take a formal vote of you as a governing body to provide direction on that, please.
Any opinions from our
Can we
other
be
two?
referring to indoor commercial and public spaces, so some kind of definition like
Yeah, in
that?
fact, I think public space is defined above, and it does not include private residential property or private offices or workspaces that are not open to customers. So the current definition of public open space tries to get there. Part of the difficulty we had was that cubicle hallway crossing scenario in terms of a commercial setting, but I think we've got enough clarity already that it's not in your home.
All right, well, that section 3 then wouldn't really have to be changed. I can't see exactly what's at the bottom, but.
So if I'm understanding the 2 things that are in front of us, and granted it is just a little bit harder to follow along, it's just audio, what we are considering now is to strike the portion of the ordinance where it says when 6 feet of social distancing can't be maintained, and just make that in all indoor public places that masks are required. Did I understand that correctly, or did I miss something in translation?
I think that's correct. The ultimate wording may be slightly different, but that's the intent. And then in section 3, I think there's an amendment that may be necessary there as well, because we currently have employees who are working in any space visited by customers, members of the public, or coworkers who are present at the time. And that, I think the intent was, if you're in an office of your own by yourself, you don't have to wear a mask. But a lot of the interpretive questions were, I don't have complete control of my workspace. People pass by me. Do I need to wear a mask?
In the hospital, in our offices, the answer to that question is yes, you do.
Yeah, I think we could be more clear about that in the ordinance.
And then my follow-up question is, if the field house is under discussion in terms of, closing the field house back down, would Commissioner Davis or one of the other commissioners be willing, that voted to affirm the opening of the field house, would one of you be willing to make a motion that we discontinue programming at the field house, if that's under discussion.
Not yet. I mean, to answer your question, yes. I mean, if we need to get, if limitations on the number that can gather in the building was enacted, then the field house would automatically be closed for all but very few activities. But
Well, as a clarification, as I tried to point out in the staff report, I think we could, and you could take it as operational decisions about our facilities, or you could take it as a mass gathering limitation that not only affects our facilities but affects others. So you're right. If you or the county impose mass gathering limitations, and we'd have to observe those at Tony's Pizza Event Center and the Field House and other locations, or you could operationally say we're going to focus on our own facilities. That's your call as well.
and that might be a more palatable first step. I mean, as far as not ruffling too many feathers, but we're running out of, we don't have to worry about feathers soon at this rate. But right, just operationally, if we felt that we cannot keep people safe in that field house, then we shouldn't, even without a limit on the number of people who could gather together. If, like you were saying, operationally, you just feel this is just too many people for us to safely have in here.
Right.
Then we'd just as soon leave that in your hand. At least I would.
And the city-county building's not entirely in our control, but that was kind of a joint decision the last time. That's another example. But I mean, I'm trying to make sure I have a sense of the consensus of the governing body, because you've had conversations about kind of the broader concern, and some of you've articulated support for, I think, for considering mass gathering limitations. But then on the other hand, it sounds like we may be talking about a lesser approach and focusing just on our facilities.
Well, if there's hesitancy to take a draconian step right now and you want to wait a week, I think the minimum I would want to see us do is send the message that masking is important, and if you're out of your house, you're out of your own individual office, have a mask on. Just so we can send the message that this is important, and while most of us are adhering to it, there are enough of us who aren't. That is, it's one more tiny step that we can do to decrease one's risk. I mean, we don't have a magic bullet here, but it's decreasing the risk.
And sorry, I'm sorry to interject. So we are affirming the decision to keep the field house open at this time for indoor programming, and I'm trying to pull up the calendar now, but we would be affirming having another tournament like the MAYB tournament that we saw last weekend, even in the presence of the graphs that Commissioner France presented, which I just had the opportunity to take a look at. Even in the face of his incredibly accurate projections based on data, we're still affirming our decision to keep the field house open. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly.
Right. This is Mike. I understand the difficulty with the conversation, and frankly, I think it would be easier for all of you to understand where you're at with a motion, a second, and a vote. Each of you are articulating your concerns, but it appears you're struggling to identify where you have consensus. A motion, a second, and a vote will definitively answer that question.
I'm going to look to you.
Okay. Would we, okay, well, be easier to do masking separate and then field house separate?
I think,
Yes.
yes, I think dividing the question on this would be a good idea.
I move to, now, would I be amending our ordinance?
Probably instructing staff to prepare an amendment for your consideration.
Okay.
I don't know that we can, well, what's your level of comfort of trying to amend it on the fly?
That is, possible, but it certainly is helpful, I think, to follow the pattern that Mr. Scragg has referred to. Now, I don't know, as you all know, there's a 2 reading requirement that can be addressed in what would seem, if you wish to go forward, there would presumably be a compelling public interest, if there ever was one, to go forward on the same day with the 2nd reading. I don't know if there's been any entertainment, and this, I'm getting out of my lane a little bit here, whether if the sense of urgency is such that, and the sense of the county relationship is such that that direction might be given and action scheduled for a special meeting after, as soon as it could be prepared. I think your effect might be the same. This is where I'm stepping out of my lane, and I don't mean to, but to try to get you the most enforceable, public knows where you're going, it's in black and white ordinance, that scenario is much sounder, I think, particularly if the special meeting is an option.
Yeah, and obviously you can't hear me nodding my head over here, but I agree. In terms of getting the language right and getting something before you as a body and out to the public, I think it would be more sound to you give us initial direction, give us an opportunity to draft to that, and if the sense of urgency is such that you want to expedite that, then you could talk about scheduling a special meeting.
Okay. In that case,
Commissioner Franz here, can I weigh in?
Sure.
I'm finding this working over the phone to be a little bit difficult. I think that the appropriate way to approach this, and I heard part of the city attorney's presentation, I think number one is if you look at the recommendations on the blue sheet, we need to acknowledge that the Saline County is responsible for the health department and the health officer, and that they need to be the lead agency on this, and we need to give them a chance to proceed and at least discuss this at their next meeting and determine if or whether or not they are going to take an action. I will, and then we need to encourage them to actually do take some sort of action to address the spike. So I am willing to put into a motion at this point. I would move that while acknowledging that the health-related orders associated with COVID are most appropriately managed by Saline County and the County Health Department, that we encourage Saline County and the County Health Department to identify and implement additional measures intended to address the recent increase in active cases and hospitalizations in Saline County.
I like that. I'll second that. Discussion?
Yep. We got a motion, second discussion.
Yeah. I can support that, but I would go further by still requesting that our staff draft an ordinance that we would review, or an amendment to the ordinance that we would review at our next meeting. We would not get to it before the county has its meeting tomorrow anyway, and it would certainly send a message, what we consider to be the least that could be done, and still encourage them to do more.
So if I could ask a clarification, your comments are directed at our face mask ordinance?
Correct.
Yeah,
You're right. Just that one little thing as an example. Something, that we're basically saying, well, if you're not prepared to go further, we'd rather you take the lead, and then we wouldn't have to consider it next week.
Would we want to make that a separate
that's
motion?
kinda-
That would be separate.
Okay.
That would be
Okay.
separate. But I don't
Okay.
think Commissioner Franz's motion is mutually exclusive of
Right, I agree.
our acting on the face mask ordinance.
Okay.
Agree, and that was my question. So this is looking like 2 or 3 different motions, is that correct?
Well, at least 2, it sounds like. We'll see if we have a
The
third.
field house
So,
is in play.
Yeah,
then,
so
three.
we have a motion and a second on the table acknowledging the health-related orders associated with COVID are more appropriately managed by Saline County and County Health Department, and we encourage Saline County and the County Health Department to identify and implement additional measures intended to address the recent increase in active cases and hospitalizations in Saline County. I believe that's correct. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. And I believe, Commissioner Davis, you had another motion you wish to make?
I move to direct staff to enact an amendment to our face mask ordinance, which would require wearing a face mask inside any indoor public space.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Go ahead.
Can I ask a clarification? So removing the medical exemption? I don't know if that was intentional or unintentional.
I mean, if
as
it's
part of
not
your motion.
constitutional, I mean, there are always going to be people who can't, but is that, do we have to allow that under American Disabilities Act, or is it?
We have looked at that under currently available law, but that is all by the parallels that Commissioner Franz mentioned. We acknowledge that. The basis of those considerations are all in other contexts. Is it fair to say I'm looking to Mr. Scragg to have the benefit of the guidance of the policy guidance of the commission, and we can
Correct.
ramp up and assess what we believe to be our ability in that regard?
If you as a governing body have interest in that, then we can certainly staff that question through further between now and returning it to you. The reason I asked the question is I wasn't sure if it was intentional or unintentional, the way that you worded it, that to wear a face mask indoors at all times without exception.
That's my intent.
How does that affect restaurants as far as eating and drinking?
You want my, well, I mean, you can't, unless you're going to put a hole in the mask.
I understand.
Defeats the purpose of the mask.
But we need to make sure we word this such that we're actually doing what.
Is that an exception?
The exceptions remain. They're not
Right.
that significant a body.
There's some exemptions that go with this, I think. Are they further down?
Yes.
Excuse me, I just, if we are going to attempt to carve out that exemption for eating and drinking in a restaurant, if we could include language that people need to be actively eating and drinking and not just at a table pulling their mask down and engaging in conversation like Commissioner Davis alluded to earlier, because it's one thing to pull your mask aside, take a drink, take a bite, and then replace your mask. It's another thing entirely to just go full chin mask once you sit down at the table and just proceed to have a normal dinner like we're in the absence of COVID.
I see the concern, and I suspect that, I've often wondered if you go to a bar and you order a beer, how often do you need to take a sip to be considered actively drinking? Is it once an hour or once a minute? And I don't know that generates all kinds of enforcement nightmares. I mean, I get the drift, and I see people, doing that, say, well, they're not eating anymore. They finished their dinner, the plates are cleared, everything's gone, but they're still unmasked. But I don't know how you define that other than if they're seated at the table, they're exempt. And I guess we need to encourage them to use good judgment in those cases. I don't know how effective that is.
I believe we should leave the exemptions alone at the current time. Or unless you want to carve out eating but not drinking. You know, nursing a beer for an hour is not drinking. And it takes 3 seconds to get a sip of beer and you put the mask back on.
I think we leave exempt, I mean, yeah.
I agree with Mr. France that it's an enforcement nightmare. I don't know.
You know, somebody has to be responsible for drawing that line, and I'm not sure who that should be. And it might be different in every case. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, what we're trying to do here is increase the percentage of mask wearing in most public places. You know, going into a restaurant to eat, you're making a risk determination before you go in to begin with, as the consumer. You know, so I wouldn't. I mean, this wouldn't be a stumbling block to leave the exemptions right now.
You know, I think what we need to do is direct the staff to begin preparation based on our discussions here for our consideration next week, and then we need to wait and see what happens at Saline County, because that may engender a whole broader scope of discussion on the issue than just masking all times when you're indoors, you know.
Okay, you have a motion. You want to repeat your motion?
Okay. No, but I will. Could you drop that? Yeah. All right. I direct staff to present an amendment to our face mask ordinance that would amend Section 2A to read, wearing masks is necessary inside any indoor public space, period.
I think Commissioner Hodges second that the last time?
Yeah.
I'll second it if you need a second.
We have a motion and a second to amend Section 2, reading face mask, and I'm going to hopefully tell me if this is wrong, require face masks inside any indoor public space at all times.
Correct.
Okay. Motion is second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's 5-0, and staff will work on that.
Two things in that regard. I think we understand.
I would like to make an additional motion,
Okay?
and I would move that we direct staff to prepare an approach for a decision to suspend fieldhouse operations to be considered at our commission meeting next week.
Second.
Okay.
Again, if I could get a clarification, are you looking for a threshold on the presumption that some events would be allowed and some canceled,
Or would you just...
are you just wanting to cancel fieldhouse activity?
I am, the intent is to cancel fieldhouse operations until we get a handle on the epidemic.
I think you could go ahead and make that motion this evening. If you, I mean, there's no ordinance involved. It was a decision you made previously. You're basically reversing that decision.
Unless there are options that staff might think would allow some performance based on the nature of the activity. I mean, I wouldn't want to take it completely out of staff's hands if there's a middle ground.
Well, and that's why I asked for the clarification. If you're looking for, a threshold or some standards, we could develop that. If it's all activities, then I don't know that there's a staff role.
I mean, as an example, I would think if folks wanted to come and play pickleball, I mean, they're, two on the side, and they're at least usually 10 feet apart, 15 feet apart. Might not be cost effective to keep the building open for that, but activities like that, I mean, there may be some use, and on the Parks and Recs staff would have any suggestions, but I think it's the large mass gatherings that I'm more concerned about, but defer to the motion maker.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. With Commissioner Franz making the motion, just need to clarify.
Commissioner Franz's motion was to close the field house, period.
That's not what he's,
That's correct.
Okay.
But I want to defer that decision until next week to give some folks, I mean, there has to be some transition period, I think.
Well, then we don't want to pass the motion today then, because if we pass the motion today, it would go into effect.
Well, a couple of things,
My
and just to be
motion
clear.
was to direct the staff to bring it back to us next week. I'm sorry if I was
Right,
clear about that.
right.
To
no.
direct, okay.
No, right, that's what I understood it to be.
And what direction are they giving us?
Commissioner Frank, would it be reasonable to ask?
I just hate to do this out of pocket without prior notice. I think we owe it to the public and we owe it to the staff to give them a heads up as to what we are considering.
And I understand the concern. I think you could make the motion this evening with it to be effective on a specified date, and that will be a way to communicate your intention in advance. If we, some people may hold out that next week it may not get voted through and still claim to be surprised.
Commissioner Franz, would it be reasonable to have the staff to bring back a contingency plan or plan by which, what thresholds are being used to decide which activities to keep? And I don't know, and I don't have a good example to give you other than the pickleball, but at least, and the staff may come up with the same, solution or same conclusion that we really can't do any of our programming and keep it safe. But to at least give the staff a few days to see if there are any other
I would
palatable
echo that. I
options.
think there's going to be a balance between what really happens and what usage we can make out of the field house. So I would like to go slow and have the staff's advice on that, not just shut it down.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part. I don't know who was speaking, but I didn't catch that.
Commissioner Hodges, this is Commissioner Ryan that was speaking, and I was kind of echoing the comments of Dr. Davis that I think we ought to go slow, that I think there's going to be a balance between what actually happens and the programming we have allowed over there, and I think we should let staff advise us of where the middle grounds can be.
So,
Thank you for repeating that.
if I caught the original motion correctly, it was to direct staff to prepare an approach for a decision to suspend fieldhouse operations and to defer that decision until next week. And we've had conversation about intent behind that motion, but that, as made, that could be interpreted as tasking staff with coming back to you in a week with a recommendation on partial or operations or total closure, and we could staff that through for you.
So
if that's agreeable to the motion maker in the first place.
That would be agreeable. I just, I dislike, making decisions on items that weren't publicized on the agenda, and the field house was not.
But what we're tasking staff to do is more in line with what Commissioner Ryan just described. To see if indeed there is a middle ground, or it may be a 1/3, 2/3 ground, but to see what can be salvaged, if anything, safely. Yeah.
Commissioner Franz, do you agree with that characterization?
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful for staff.
I
Thank
would
you.
also like to encourage the other commissioners to take a look at that Park and Rec Fieldhouse calendar, because I think if you see the heavy usage and reservation schedule that already exists, there is not a tournament. It doesn't look like on tap for this weekend, but there is for subsequent weekends, and I think that that's something that we do need to be aware of. It looks like there's a field house rental, looks like for some sort of tournament on Saturday and Sunday after Thanksgiving. And so if we need to defer this decision to next week or see if there's some middle ground, fine. But please, everyone, take a look at that schedule. It's a full schedule.
Well, you know, and just as an example of middle ground, I mean, you could go NBA style, you know, players only, parents watch it on closed circuit TV at their hotel, or I don't know if you can send the TV output from there.
I don't think we can get it past the lobby.
Okay.
It does broadcast to the lobby.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we still haven't shown where the field house is a community spread either as of now. So I still not sure where I stand on this. So, okay, we have motion and a second to ask staff to prepare an approach for future use of the field house.
That's
as good as
close.
What I had was
Yeah.
an approach for a decision to suspend fieldhouse operations and defer that decision until next week.
Okay, we got a motion and a second on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Okay, that passes 4-1.
If I could double back to the face mask just as a couple clarifications. Your motion was directed at a particular section, but I think staff understands the intent, so we may be coming back with other sections that to make it consistent. And then you've had conversation on both sides of the issue of a special meeting or bringing that back next week. So I guess what I would say is if you take no further action, then we will be bringing it back to you next week. If you want it to occur sooner than that, you need to give us direction about a special meeting.
I think next Monday is, I mean, well.
I'm fine with next Monday.
Can't predict the future, but I mean, you know, even just sending a message, I hope would nudge it up a few percentage points.
Okay.
Okay, that leads us to 7.2.
Sorry, Mayor, if I may, just a quick procedural point. Is it helpful to have guidance on whether the commission would anticipate that would be a 2 reading on the same day for anyone who might wish to be aware of that?
I certainly would consider it a compelling public interest to act next week.
Agreed.
Anyone else?
I guess for me, it's going to depend on the numbers, and I hope that the county will discuss in public, for the public to hear that they've heard these concerns from us tonight. So.
I guess you could say there's a possibility there'll be a first and second reading. How's
Well,
that?
as long as, I mean, that's your
it's just-
prerogative
yes.
ultimately.
Right.
It's potentially of interest to anyone in the public.
I missed the city attorney's comment.
Yeah, he was wanting to know if there was a potential for a first and second reading on the same day.
I would say yes, there's a potential.
Okay.
I would too. Thank you.
Okay, 7.2.
Item 7.2, first reading ordinance number 20-11044, levying Salina Business Improvement District Number 1 service fees for 2021.
Ms. Pack.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Kansas state law allows cities to create business improvement districts for the purpose of providing administrative and financing of extended services to businesses within a specific district to restore and promote economic vitality. The city of Salina created BID number 1 in 1983 for a specific downtown area of Salina. In 1987, Salina Downtown Inc. took over responsibilities for managing that program. The BID program of services is financed through a service fee on businesses, and upon annual recommendation by the BID board, the governing body by ordinance levies the service fee applicable to those businesses within the district. These annual fees are mandatory payments as established by our city ordinance. For the 2021 fees, the BID SDI board has recommended a 0% increase. So the fiscal note is it will not change any of the fees that are currently being charged to those businesses. We have several options for you to take action. First option is to approve ordinance number 2011044, levying the Salina Business Improvement District service fees for 2021. You could approve that ordinance with amendments as you deem appropriate. You could postpone the consideration of the ordinance to a specific time and date and give staff direction as far as information you might like to be added or need for further consideration. You could approve the ordinance on first reading and also give us direction on any additional information you might like before second reading. Or you could vote to deny the resolution, resulting in the city not adopting fees for the Business Improvement District for 2021. Staff recommends option number 1.
Okay, questions or comments for city staff?
Nope.
Any questions? Comments from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 2011-044, levying Salina Business Improvement District number 1 service fees for 2021.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 20-11044. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Okay, 7.3.
Item 7.3, authorize a long block engine replacement of landfill bulldozer unit 1851.
Mr. Toy.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this request is to authorize Foley's Equipment of Salina to perform a long block engine replacement of landfill bulldozer 1851 in the amount of $39,648.67, plus freight and the cost of any additional components and services that may be necessary during the repairs in an amount not to exceed $45,000. This is a Caterpillar D7 dozer. It is the only one that we have at the landfill. It was rebuilt in 2017. It has been in operation for about 9,000 hours. It is typical that a partial rebuild or a rebuild would be necessary, generally speaking, about 10,000 hours. So it's fairly close to that. Obviously, bulldozers that operate at landfills operate under very harsh conditions. Staff noticed in August that we were losing oil. The oil was not leaking out of the engine. It was simply missing. So it was burning inside the engine. So we conducted a oil consumption test from about the middle of August to almost the end of October in concert with Foley's Equipment. In the middle of this time frame, there was also a 250-hour regular service that we performed on that piece of equipment. I think a couple of notes that I probably didn't include in the blue sheet that is important is I already mentioned the oil was burning inside the motor. Upon taking the bulldozer to Foley's, they first did a bore scope. They saw that there was significant wear. It was determined that they would need to remove the head and tear the engine apart, and that's when they began to find the problems. One of the cylinders had oil coming into the motor, and it was being burned with the fuel. One of the other things that I would point out is that this was not because the question may be, why would you wait so long? This was not a continuous loss of oil. It was rather sporadic. And the landfill superintendent consulted with Foley's on a near continuous basis. And it simply got to the point where they were losing multiple gallons of fuel there may be a 2-week period where they were losing no fuel. The end result was that they found significant wear and damage to a good portion of the internals. And there's really 2 choices. You either rebuild the existing engine block or you replace the engine block. Our recommendation to replace the engine block is a matter of economics. When they took account of the full scope of damage, they determined that it would be more cost effective to simply replace the motor. The long block motor means that basically you have the engine block and all the internals that would be replaced. For instance, a new motor has a warranty of 6 months. This motor would give us a warranty of a year. We currently have budgeted roughly $61,241 in the line item that pertains to maintenance for vehicles and equipment. We expect to spend about $11,500 for other services and repairs till the remainder of the year, leaving about $50,000 in the account, which would be more than enough to pay for this repair. Staff identified 4 different options for you. Authorize staff to contract with Foley's, authorize us to contract with Foley's with some sort of amendment, postpone authorization to a specific date and time with having staff provide additional information or amendments to you, or vote to deny the operation for staff. Although I would say that this would cause us to have a significant inability to maintain KDHE standards. And with that, I would say staff recommends option 1, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions?
Is there a difference in the downtime between the rebuild and the new one? And is it, when this is out of operation, how much inconvenience is that?
I'm not aware that there would be, I don't think it would be, I think maybe the rebuild would take as long or longer. Yeah. So this would take about 10 to 15 days to complete.
Question, what would the warranty be on the rebuild? Did we say? Because my question was, what's that?
Same difference is 1 year.
Also 1 year.
Okay, I guess I'm just going to ask, because when I read through this, when the work was performed in 2017, we got a 3-year warranty, and now we're just getting a 1-year warranty. Is there a reason? The rebuild that we did in 2017 was a complete rebuild. Okay.
All we would be doing is
that
just...
was for 287, so that was a considerably more in... Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, that makes sense. So I was just trying to figure out why we had a 3-year warranty. This time we're getting a 1-year warranty, and just, it never hurts to try and negotiate, I guess. I was hoping so. Okay, that was my only question. Any questions from Commissioner Hodges or Franz?
No, I don't have anything.
Nobody's a long block engine expert? Okay. How about a short?
And I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn last night.
How about a short block expert? So, okay. So.
Well, I was going to ask what the difference between a long block and a short block was, but he did kind of explain that, so I'm good.
Okay. Any comments from the public?
Norman Mantle, Salina. How much wear is on the rest of the tractor? Are your grousers wore out? Are your rollers wore out? Is your undercarriage wore out? Trade it off.
We just had a undercarriage rebuild.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I was curious about, because that's what wears out quicker than anything, because I've got a Caterpillar.
We had a rebuild of the undercarriage.
Yep.
To answer the question, we had a rebuild of the undercarriage on January 6th of 2020. So we just had all the undercarriage done.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we authorize staff to contract with Foley Equipment to perform a long block engine replacement of the landfill bulldozer unit number 1851, the amount of $39,648.67, plus freight and additional costs as necessary, not to exceed $45,000.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, authorizing staff to contract with Foley Equipment to perform a long block engine replacement on the landfill bulldozer, Unit 1851. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. Thank you, Jim. Okay, that leads us to 7.4.
Item 7.4, resolution number 20-7900, adopting a purchasing policy for the city of Salina and repealing resolution number 97-5138 and resolution number 14-7085.
Okay. Mr. Wood, there you are.
Mayor and Commissioners, Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood. I was planning to be the longest topic on the agenda tonight, so buckle in.
Don't. Don't feel like you have to.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can do. The purchasing policy that we currently have in place was adopted in 1997, and there was one small adjustment that was made in 2014, which actually adjusted the city manager's purchasing authority from $10,000 to $20,000. The attached policy that you have here is a culmination of work that we've done. Actually, this is something that Mike assigned to me like within the first couple of months that I started working here for the city, so it's a culmination of a year and a half worth of work between departments, reviewing other people's purchasing policies, looking at our our purchasing process, looking at our accounting software, and kind of trying to update the policy that we had to account for some of the errors and issues that we've seen with purchasing in the past. So this policy is intended to maintain public confidence regarding purchasing, achieve the best value for the city, establish appropriate purchasing controls, and then foster broad-based competition. Many of the provisions in the new policy are similar or a carry forward from the old policy, but there are some things that are a pretty major shift, and I'll try to go over those at least briefly tonight. So the biggest thing here is this policy establishes purchasing thresholds. The old policy, it broadly provides guidance on how, the use of quotes or bids or sealed bids. And what we tried to do here is establish thresholds so that it's very clear when an employee is going to make a purchase, they know exactly what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to provide quotes. They're supposed to do a sealed bid. They have to provide those things. They know who the approval authority is, whether it's the department head, the finance department, or the city manager. So these are the purchasing thresholds that are in the attached document, and it's from $0 to $5,000. You'd have to get informal quotes, and this is something that the departments would approve. From $5,000 to $20,000, this is something that would be approved. It would go to the to the department head and then the finance director, and we would provide we would require competitive quotes. Now, not sealed bids, but competitive quotes. And then $20,000 is the threshold here that would be approved by the city commission. So the requesting department there would still have to get 3 competitive bids or quotes if that's possible. And just a note here, there are some provisions in the code for public improvements that are a little bit more stringent than what's in the actual purchasing policy. So this is one of those places. A public improvement of greater than $20,000 requires a sealed bid process. So the sealed bid process is you have to provide, you publish in the paper that you're doing a project and you have all the specs and everything. And so then you have a time where you open those sealed bids at a specific time. And that's something that's pretty typically done with public improvements. It's not a big deal to do that, but this sets those limits for when you would need that. And then purchases of $40,000 and up, that section here is just to allow that anything that's over $40,000 that maybe it's not a public improvement would require sealed bids. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Sealed bids obviously take a lot longer to do. You got to go through the process. You have to publish things. And there are certain things that you just typically don't do sealed bids for. And an example of that would be like you buying laptop computers, and that's just something that you normally call the company. You call 3 or 4 companies, you get quotes, and you get pretty good prices. You don't have to go through the entire sealed bid process, wait 4 weeks, and do all that. So that threshold there is really put in as a time-saving measure. Another part that's in that section of the code, or of the new ordinance, or the new purchasing policy, is a requirement for purchase orders. And this is something that we use with the city now, but we don't do it on all purchases. We just do it on really large purchases, or things that are going to take 3 to 6 months for the purchase to actually take place. What the new purchasing policy says is that all purchases over $1,000 would require a purchase order. And what this does is it increases accountability, and it ensures that the proper approval authority exists for those items, and it also encumbers those funds. So what that means is if I have a line item that's $10,000 and I go out and I buy something that's $12,000, as soon as that purchase order goes in the system, the money comes out of that line item. So somebody else doesn't look at that line item and think, oh, I've got $10,000 in there. They know automatically as soon as the purchase order goes in that money is gone, and they won't kind of double spend it, if that makes sense. And I'm going to kind of walk you through the purchasing process as it currently stands. So how we do this now, and this is without a purchase order, we have a customer that orders a product. So they order that product, they're working with a vendor, they may get quotes, they may get 3 quotes, they may not. There's not really strict requirements at this point, but they'll order a product, so they call the vendor and they say, I want a hammer. And they order that hammer, and the hammer arrives from the vendor, and then the vendor provides an invoice. That invoice is uploaded into our software system, which is called Munis. And at that point, that is actually when the approval happens. So the department head will review all of those invoices, make sure that they're appropriate, and then a check is issued once the department head signs off on that. So the problem here with this process is that the approval happens. This could be the first time that a department head sees that a purchase actually happened. Now, I think for most cases, the employees at this point are saying, hey, I need a new hammer, can I buy that hammer? And there is communication that's happening, but the problem is that there is the possibility that an employee could go and purchase something inappropriately. We would already have it on hand before the department head ever even sees it. So at that point, it's almost too late. I mean, there are options. We could send the product back or whatever, but at this point, it's really pretty late in the process. So this is the new process with the purchase order system. So this would be anything over $1,000. The employee recognizes the need for the product or the service. Then they submit a requisition request in the system. So they would see that they need something. They would go out and get quotes, submit a request or requisition. They would attach the quotes and say, this is what I want. I want hammers. Here's the 3 quotes for those hammers. And then the approval happens. So it goes to the approvers, and that whoever that is, if it's the department head, if that's the finance director, if that's the city manager, they would go through that approval process. The purchase order is created in Munis. The funds are encumbered. Then the employee actually places the order. Then the product arrives from the vendor, and the vendor provides the invoice, and the invoice is uploaded into Munis, and then the check is issued. So the difference in this process and the process that we are currently under is that the approval happens here much earlier in the process. So this makes sure that this is an appropriate purchase long before the product is ever ordered. And it makes it so it's much cleaner. There's more accountability along the chain of custody there. You know actually what's happening.
And you touched on it, but the other key difference is the encumbrance.
That's right. Yeah, and so it comes out of the account. So when you're looking at when you're managing your budget, when you're doing your budget management, you can see that a requisition has gone, somebody has ordered something. That line item that had $10,000 no longer has $10,000. Now it has $7,000 or whatever the amount of the new purchase is. So you don't get in trouble by having 2 or 3 things that are being ordered at the same time out of the same line item as we move across.
That doesn't affect your ability to react to a bargain, does it? Or what if they were for, say, for example, consumables, and you need those in a hurry?
So the process doesn't really take, it really doesn't take any longer than it currently takes right now. I mean, the difference is the paperwork actually gets done on the front end instead of the back end. So it's really the way you submit it in the process or in the system. You know, your department head approval of anything under $5,000 is going to be pretty quick because the department head's in charge of that. So whoever the employee is, they give it to their admin, they submit it, and that can be done, you know, pretty much same day. I mean, it's not a big lag. And it's the same way as it gets higher and higher. It's really not that hard. The process is not, it won't bog us down. It's not something that's going to, cause us to not be able to get purchases done on time. And just as an example, in Hayes, I was the approver for anything that was over $1,500 for the entire organization. So as the assistant city manager there, I approved, hundreds and hundreds of different purchases. The system is, and we had the same software package, it's just not that hard. Once it comes across, you get a notification that you have an approval that's waiting for you. You go out, you review it, you can you can click on the icons, and you can pull up the invoices, or not the invoices, but the quotes, and see what's out there, and then you just hit approve, and it goes to the next step in the approval process. So it's not something that's going to be overly burdensome. If that makes sense.
And then we also have emergency provisions if that comes up. And then you mentioned consumables. We'll get to that in a minute. But there's a provision for kind of mass approval of routine items as well.
And so as a response to one of Commissioner Franz's questions about the amount, the $1,000 requirement for a purchase order, we went and looked at the invoices in the system. And so we have most of our purchases are under that $1,000, and we have here we have 10,000 purchases that are under the $1,000, and we have about 3,000 that are over the $1,000. We think that we can make it work at the $1,000 level. If the commission didn't want us to do that, and they wanted to have a little bit less review on that, we could increase it to $2,000, and that would drop about 1,000 of those off. But as you look at this and you spread it across the organization, it's not that every department would have 1,000 of these at one time. You're 2 or 3 of these a week, maybe. Maybe some you'd have a little bit more, some less. So as you spread it across 12 departments, it's not as much work as it sounds like it might be at that $1,000 level. But we certainly can look at that if that's something the commission wishes to do. I'll go over a couple of the other changes. I'm not going to go in as great a detail on some of these because they're pretty self-explanatory, and they're not dramatic changes, but they're just things that we really wanted to highlight because they're just something that we really don't speak to in the old purchasing policy. So the first thing there is split purchasing. And so in the new policy, split purchasing is prohibited, and what that is if I knew that I needed 10 hammers and they were going to cost more than whatever my approval level was, and I split that up and I just order 3 hammers today, and then in 2 weeks I order another 3 hammers, and then 3 weeks from then I order another 3 hammers, that total cost, it ends up being above my purchasing authority, or whoever's purchasing authority, whether it's the city manager or the department head. That's bid splitting, and that's strictly prohibited. Well, now we prohibit that by practice right now, but it's not written anywhere. It's it's an organizational thing. It is something that people know about. They're not supposed to do it, but it's not strictly prohibited in any of our written policies currently. So that's something we wanted to really spell out. Contracting for professional services, we changed the provisions in there to include a provision that requires the city commission approval if there's an expectation that the service is going to exceed the city manager's purchasing authority with all of the project-related costs included. So in the past, we've had situations where we've hired a designer for underneath the city manager's purchasing authority. So we hired a designer to do design for a project at $19,000, and then we go through the bid process, and then we realize that we're going to have some inspections and some different things along those lines, and that total bill for that project for the designer ends up being $25,000 or $30,000 or $45,000, and the city commission never had the opportunity to approve it. So, this new policy prohibits that. It makes sure that we are taking into account the full project and not just not splitting it up and saying, okay, we're going to do design here. We may have a bill later down the road, but both of the bills are under $20,000, so it's not something the city commission needs to see. We have a provision about cooperative purchasing and the state and federal bids, and basically what that provision says is that we can treat those state bids and federal bids as if they've gone through a competitive process, because they have. The state bids those and they go through a competitive process, and that limits so if we want to buy a Ford F-150, we can go to the state bid list. They've bid those competitively. We can pick the specs that we want, and we don't have to draw up our own set of specs and send that out and go through an entire bid process, which could take months, 6 weeks to a month to get that done. We could just take the numbers that the state has already bid. Damage or loss to city property is another section that we have in there. And this increases the city manager's authority a little bit to approve purchases that are related to an insurance claim or a replacement of something that's due to an insurance claim. There's lots of times we'll have, you have a dump truck that has a problem, or we've had, a fire at the landfill where we had a loader that had an issue. We're going to get a claim. This just allows us to go through that process. Sometimes there's timing issues when we have to bring that sort of stuff back to the commission to get approval for something that we're going to get reimbursed for anyway. So we put a provision in there for that. Disposal of property, this is something that we just don't speak to in the current purchasing policy, but this gives us an outlet if we need to get rid of property that's old, we have old equipment, old vehicles we want to sell on Purple Wave. That just allows us to do that. And then I skipped over one, if you're looking at your blue sheet, to talk about the routine maintenance, repair, and operational costs. The current purchasing policy has a provision for routine, it's called operational cost, but it's really not very clear about what that actually is. So what we've tried to do in the new policy is really define clearly what a routine repair or routine operational purchase is, and that's going to include things like key commodities and supplies such as bulk lime or chlorine or other chemicals that we use as part of the water and wastewater treatment plants, public works items like road salt, bulk concrete, some of the stuff that we purchase all the time that are, we may spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on chemicals for water and wastewater treatment plant, but we don't bring those to the city commission for approval every time. They're approved by the city manager. So basically, this section it lays out how do we qualify what is an operational cost, and so there's questions that you can ask. Is the purchase something that is regularly occurring? Is it something that's essential to the ongoing operation? Is it something that's typically a single source? We also have some more specific language about single source vendors, and then does the purchase ensure continued delivery of essential municipal service? So if I am not able to order this without going through a process, is it going to delay services, that sort of thing? So that's the routine maintenance, repair, and operational costs. We also put in things like utility bills, things that are going to be over the city manager's purchasing limits, but they're things that we have to do. They're kind of automatic. It's just part of the normal process. So a couple of just discussion points, and the first one here, it's not in the blue sheet. This is something that Commissioner Franz brought up about change orders, and there's nothing in the new policy that addresses change orders. There's actually nothing in the old policy that addresses change orders. When I was drafting this, I included a provision about change orders. but I took it out, and the reason I did is because there's a section of the code that talks about how change orders work, and this is the language from that section. Basically, it says that we can approve a contingency, so the city commission can approve a contingency as part of a project, and then the city manager can approve change orders that don't change the scope of the project as long as they're within that contingency cost. So I didn't include this in the new policy. We can certainly take this language verbatim and put it in the new policy. We will be producing a procedures manual that kind of explains the processes in detail for the employees to have when we are going through purchases, and this would be something that we would, in that procedures manual, we would certainly specify how change orders work and what the source is for that. You know, change orders are, we do them based on how Section 2-237 outlines. Another point of discussion is the city manager's purchasing authority, and what I set the policy at was at the $20,000 level. There's no rhyme or reason to where the limits are for the city manager's purchasing authority. Typically what you see across the board is organizations with larger budgets have larger authority for the city manager, and that's just so that the day-to-day operations can continue to run without having to go through a process, you know, going back to the city commission for those larger purchases. And so here are some limits that I just kind of, just so you know how many purchases actually happen. There's 320 that are over $20,000, 242 that are over $30,000, 208 that are over $40,000, and then 164 that are over $50,000. Now that doesn't mean that you have seen 320 purchases over $20,000, because some of those are classified as operational, so you would never see those. So right now, if we purchase bulk lime for more than $20,000, that's not something that comes to the commission. And then also, this is the number of invoices. So if you approve a $6 million project to do the firing range that we just did, we invoice that. There's a multiple invoices over months and months as that project goes. So each one of those invoices would be counted in there, but it really only needs the commission approval one time. So that number is probably a little bit lower, the ones that have actually come to the city commission for approval, if that makes sense. So if that was something that you are interested in doing, increasing those numbers, I just put together, this is kind of how you might change the thresholds if you wanted to do that. And I can come back to this during discussion if that's something that you're interested in doing. You know, $20,000 isn't a bad level. I looked at 5 or 6 or 7 peer communities, and Manhattan's at $20,000. Hayes is at $25,000. I think Lawrence was at $100,000, and there's few that are at $50,000. I would never suggest that we would go over $50,000, but certainly we could make it work with whatever the commission felt was appropriate.
Well, it hasn't been changed since 2014, and kind of the rule of thumb in my head is everything doubles every 10 years. 30 might make sense, or even 40. I would think that since everything's going up in costs, it would make sense to increase that.
And that certainly does make, you know, when something has to come to the commission, you know, it's a process. So we have to have things to Mike for him to review them, you know, weeks in advance of when it comes to the commission. So if there's a purchase that we're going to make, and it is something that has to come before the commission, you know, you can bank that that's going to take 4 to 6 weeks added time for that process to go. So, you know, most of the time that's not really a big deal, but it does save us time, and it does save some energy and effort, and, you know, writing a blue sheet, coming to the meeting, and doing all those sorts of things. So it would be beneficial. It would help us to, you know, run a little bit more smoothly or more timely, not necessarily more smoothly, but more timely on some things. But that's really, that is a wholly a policy question by the commission. It's not, there's just not a standard out there. I can't point to any, you know, GFOA document or anything that says this is what it should be, this is what's recommended. It's all really about the city commission's comfort level at whatever level that you're comfortable with. So,
just to be clear, I'm not sitting on for 4 to 6 weeks. We do have a 2-week process, but there is a lot of lead time.
It's just a process.
I mean, there's a lot of lead process to get it ready for my review even.
Right. Mike sits on it for 2 months.
I may be the only one that feels that way, but I think it should be increased.
So that covers my review. I'm happy to stand for any questions that you have on any of these points. The commission action we'd ask you to take is to approve Resolution 20-7900, adopting a purchasing policy for the city of Salina, and repealing Resolution number 97-5138 and Resolution number 14-7085. And if you wanted to make any amendments or whatever, you could do that with amendments, or we could postpone this, depending on how you want to move forward. But I'm happy to answer any questions and go from there.
Would increasing the city manager's purchasing authority then require an amendment? I didn't think I saw it.
Yes, it would. And if you wanted to do that, you could just guide us to whichever one of these levels that you want to do, and we would, there are several places where it's mentioned throughout the document. If you want to increase it, we would change the thresholds as outlined with whatever level you choose, and then there's several kind of individual places in the policy, and we would just update those to whatever dollar amount that was.
Okay, commissioners, questions for staff?
Commissioner Franz here. This is long overdue. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I'm very appreciative of the fact that the software we have can help manage the process. I do have one question, and that is there a process in here for acknowledging receipt of the goods when we receive it?
So that's not specifically laid out in the policy, but that would be part of the approval. I mean, that would be part of our process. When we do the process and procedures, we would never submit an invoice to the system without making sure that we had the product. So it would be similar to how we do it today as far as when we receive an invoice. When the invoice goes into the system in Munis, whoever's putting it in there should have made sure that they have received that. And that will be specifically spelled out in the procedures manual.
Yeah, the procedures manual is a supporting document to this.
One of the issues that auditors will often ask to see, because that is sometimes has been a problem area.
Yeah, in addition to this policy, the procedures manual would be a supporting document that we would produce and distribute to staff, and the nuts and bolts of how they need to comply with the policy.
Okay.
And I didn't mention this, but the effective date of this resolution is actually January 1 of 2021. That gives us time we're going to have to do some software setup, and we're going to have to do some training. So at this point, if you approve it, it actually doesn't become effective until January 1.
Okay, other questions? I guess Mike, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Hodges.
Thank you, Mayor Hoppett. Just going back to the process for a second, and I admit I have some difficulty following the whole process through from start to finish, but would the procedures that you put in place, would that help us avoid having to do the kind of retroactive purchases like we've had to do a few times in the last year, specifically on like big ticket items like equipment?
Yes. So that is the intent, is that when they go through the purchase order process, the intent is that they've put a requisition into the system and they've asked for approval before they make an order. So yeah, now
okay.
I can't say that an individual employee won't go out and tell somebody they want to purchase something and put an order in without going through this process. But I can tell you that if they do that, that they will be subject to discipline. So I mean, this is a policy that we're expecting employees to follow, and we really tried to be clear about what it is that the policy says, and that's part of the problem with the current policy. Is there's just some places where it's really not very clear. I mean, there's some places where it kind of there's a little bit of double speak in there. The intent here is to be as clear as possible so that people that are making purchases understand what it is that they're doing. And if something like that happens, then it's a problem. So it should certainly limit that, but I can't make a guarantee that an individual won't do something they're not supposed to do.
I think the cases where we've gotten ourselves caught up in that 20,000 is under 7.0. Hasn't it been under, if I'm right, under the contracting for professional services where we've approved something and then we have to come in later?
Certainly, that is one area. And we've had issues, we've had issues with pieces of equipment, individual pieces of equipment that were purchased without the proper authority. And we've had issues where an individual, they hire a service done, and they say, okay, I'm gonna pay you to do this service, and right now, because the process doesn't have any approval until the department head hits it when it's supposed to have an invoice. So we've had a situation where 30 days worth of service is rendered, and it cost way more than the city manager's purchasing authority. First time anybody saw it was when the invoice came through and it went to the department head. So. And that's when the red flags went up. Whoa, this shouldn't have happened. But by then, the service is already rendered and it's too late. So the whole intent here is that you don't do that without going through the purchase order process and saying that and having an approval on the front end. And if you do, then you're subject to discipline, up to and including, termination if it's a situation where it's bad enough. So yeah, some of those things may still happen. I mean, I can't guarantee that's not going to happen, but the new system that we have in place should limit that greatly.
This is Mike, and I'm reiterating some of what Jacob said, but it definitely will add formality, it'll add clarity, and it'll add checks and balances. And part of the issues that I think you're referring to, Commissioner Hodges, were somewhat attributable to lack of clarity. There was a misperception that it was budgeted. There was a budget authorization for a piece of equipment, and that was misconstrued to be authority to proceed, where this would add additional steps and review and approval from budget authorization to purchase authorization, and ultimately receipt and payment.
And right now, I mean, currently anything that's under $20,000 really only is approved by the department head. So it goes through the invoice process, and the finance department may see it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they know exactly what they're looking at because it's so late in the process. Now, the new process will have, the finance department will be part of that approval process at a certain level, and then even the city manager's office will be part of that process at a certain level. So there's several checks. The finance department will see a purchase go through and go, whoa, this doesn't make sense, or there's not budget authority, or why isn't this getting approved the correct way? And then there's another check. As the numbers get larger, there's more and more checks in place. And right now we don't really have that check at all. We just have department heads, and then sometimes by the time it goes through the process and we cut a check, we don't realize it till after the fact. So I mean, that's really the intent here, is to build a process that builds in accountability, and it also builds those checks, the different approval levels, so people can actually review it and make sure that what's being done is being done appropriately.
My final question was under section 12.0, damage or loss to city property. It talks about when claims will cover a majority of the loss, and I'm just throwing this out there. If we had like hail damage to the T-PEC roof, and that was I'm going to round numbers, $100,000 repair, and because of depreciation we were only going to get $75,000, that would leave $25,000 to be paid by the city. That would come to the commission for approval because that would be over the $20,000 limit at this time.
Well, right now, yes. In this policy, though, we would be able to do that. As long as there's budget authority in that line item, we would be able to do that above and beyond the city manager's regular authority. So that's what section 12 actually does, is it allows us to do some of those things a little bit higher than normal. And so that specific instance, because of that, because of the provision, I mean, with hail damage that we recently had, because of the provision that we don't really have a provision, that had to come back to the city commission. That added time to the project, and then also we had to go back through a competitive process, and so we had a vendor that helped provide the quotes for those things, and then we couldn't go with them because it had to go through a specific process. So this is intended to lengthen that time out and give us authority as long as there's a money in the budget to approve it, or for that sort of thing. There's a line item where there's money there, then we could approve that up to $100,000.
So, and the hail damage is a really good example. We just experienced it. So just to kind of crystallize the current scenario, if we had $21,000 worth of hail damage, 100% covered by insurance, we would say that we still need to bring that back to you as the city commission.
Currently.
Currently.
Okay.
And in this format, there's a recognition of what Jacob described, that that process involves going, typically our insurance carrier makes us strike up a relationship with a vendor to get the quote, to make the claim in the first place. And if the insurance is going to cover the vast majority of it, it gives us the authority to work that process through rather than having to kind of leave that vendor hanging. And there's a recognition that at the point that you get a significant amount, there's going to be an expectation just among the vendors. They want an opportunity to compete for that business. So that's why the dollar threshold's there.
I mean, for instance, I guess this wouldn't be damage or loss. So I was just thinking the last item that we had, if that had been an insurance claim because of a fire or something, we could have approved that without bringing it to the commission. But under the current policy, because it was more, we couldn't do that. So.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Any comments from the public?
Curious on Ken Ritz. The Caterpillar doings, I didn't hear anything about any comparisons made or bids asked for or whatever. How was that?
That was a different subject. That was a prior.
It was a prior agenda item, but they are a sole source provider for service.
Yep. So, okay. Okay, if not, I'll bring back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I would move, I haven't heard enough from my fellow commissioners to know if this will fly, but we approve resolution number 207900, adopting a purchasing policy for the city of Salina, and repealing resolution number 975138 and resolution 14785, and amending the resolution to increase the city manager's purchasing authority to $30,000.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7900, adopting a purchasing policy for the city of Salina, and repealing resolution number 97-5138 and resolution number 14-7085, and increasing the city manager's purchasing amount to $30,000. All those.
May I ask? Oh, I'm
yes,
sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a couple of questions real quick. Notes that I had on my page were, did we want to include the change order clause that Commissioner France had mentioned earlier? I didn't know if that was of importance to anyone else. And then the other thing is, I was just wondering if we had where we had come up with the $30,000 purchasing threshold, if there was a specific rationale behind that. Thank you.
Well, my rationale in that is that it's been 6 years since we did it, and it's a 50% increase. So if there's, I would be comfortable going higher than that. And then to Mr. Franz's comment, you'd have to repeat that for me. I'm not sure what his idea was there.
The question was, with respect to that, was whether we articulate the process for change orders, and it is in the code currently. So the reason staff left it out was it's codified already, but that same language could be picked up and included in this policy.
And if I could
Yeah,
add,
I was going to weigh in. It's in another section of the code which I had overlooked when I made my original comment to the city manager. But so I'm okay with it not being in this.
Okay, thank you.
and from my recollection, off the top of my head, the few times that city managers ask us for authorizing purchases, it's been in like the $21,000 to $25,000 range, and we've always approved it. So I think it would be less work for us to just make that the operating procedure.
So the second's comfortable with 30?
30, yeah.
So just leave it as is.
Okay, motion second as read with the increase to 30,000 for the city manager. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That passes 5-0. Okay. Okay, we have no development business. Do any of the commissioners have anything to bring forward under other business? Okay, if not, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion, a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, see everyone next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.